Kia ora koutou katoa. Good morning, everyone. We for this session of hearings on the annual plan, I have apologies for lateness from Councillor Templeton, and we have Jani Johansson coming by Zoom, and I think apologies for lateness from James Goff as well. So would someone like to move that? Tim Scandrett, seconded Pauline Cotter. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And I just noted your apology for lateness, James. So
it's a wrong fire alarm.
yeah, no, it was fortunate. I like it when it says we're not going to clear you out of the building. The first one is an audio-visual presentation from John Purdy. Welcome, John.
Thank you. Shall I fire ahead?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. So I'll just get the first slider. So my name's John Purdy, and I've lived in Hallsville for over 30 years. And today I'm talking about the serious problem we have at Sutherlands Road. When I say Sutherlands Road, I'm talking about Sparks Road, the big sweeping bend in the intersection crossing at an awkward angle of Milnes Road and Sutherlands Road. Next. So you can see, oh sorry, no, back one, so there was a delay there. You can see in that previous slide basically that the developments have encroached on the intersection, seriously limiting our ability to put a solution in that's going to work. And those developments have not addressed the safety and the footpaths. And shown in red here are the areas where there's no footpaths at all. They haven't addressed those concerns. Next. So the problem, as you can see, has been exacerbated. So the yellow arrows are basically the city coming to enjoy the recreation highway that is Sutherlands Road. It's the gateway to the hills, to the quarry, to Old Taitat Road, etc., Cashmere Road. And you can see from all the development in purple, the new subdivisions, that they're using Sutherlands Road as their exits and their busy lives along Sparks Road, Milnes Road, etc. And the new recreation reserve off to the right, amazing new facility that's going to create extra demand. Plus, we've got all the developers, contractors, trucks, etc., that are using Sutherlands Road. It's really busy. Next. Next. Sorry, is someone doing the slides?
Yeah, sorry.
So this is Sutherlands Road here. Okay, looks pretty innocent there. Big sweeping bend. So this is the intersection I'm concerned. Big sweeping bend in Sparks Road. You've got Sutherlands Road to the left, Milnes Road to the right, and you can see there's quite a big sweeping bend on Milnes Road. So we're going to cross the road from the middle berm across to Sutherlands Road. Next. Okay, it looks pretty open here to the north in this nice bright day, and we're standing in the middle of the road. Next. But this is the reality. When you're standing on that berm, you've got 4 seconds before those cars reach you from the moment you see them. When you step out, you've got 1 second to either commit to crossing or going back again. Don't forget you've got cars leaving Sutherlands Road on your left, and they're fighting for the same gaps that you're trying to get into. Next. And so this is the view, the real view to the north. You can see it's quite a bit more limited than it first appeared. And you can see how a cyclist could get lost in that backdrop, really easy. Next. So crossing from Sutherlands across to Milnes, you can see with the traffic here, there's a lot going on. It's quite complex, hard enough as an adult, impossible really as a child. You can see bins in the cycle lane, creating a hazard there. And that blue car, that could be, an elderly resident from the new retirement village in Milnes Road, and having to navigate this complex situation. We're setting them up to fail, basically. When you cross the road, next. When you cross the road in your mobility scooter, this is what you're faced with in the berm. That obviously needs fixing. Next. And so when you're sitting out in the middle of the road, you're a bit of a sitting duck. Next. and just some trucks, the sign of the trucks making hasty turns into Sutherlands. Next. So we're basically landlocked. We're stuck in our own little domains, and these red lines are where the footpaths are missing. The green line there is our only safe access way through to the domain, the library, the swimming pool, the shops, etc. So next. So this is a cyclist cycleway stops, 200 metres short of Sutherlands. Cyclists just ride straight onto the main road and push cars across the yellow lines in the middle. It's incredibly dangerous. And the majority of cyclists aren't going through, it's good for residents crossing the road and going through to the domain, but the majority of cyclists want to go south to the hills. Next. Sutherlands to Hallsville Junction Road, you can see a well-worn trail here. You've got cars coming off a big sweeping bend on a wet road. You've got the eyesore of the drain on the left. This all needs to be pathed and extended, through to Hallsville Junction Road for safe access. Next. Cycle lanes disappearing. Next. This is a really important thoroughfare from the intersection through to Six Silvers on Milnes Road. Notice all the mud and dirt. Basically, you've got a dog on a lead or a pram or a mobility scooter. You're on the road trying to avoid those. And if you look in the garden, next. So it's just a dumping ground. So let's get rid of those berms and put a footpath through there for safe access. And here's an example of those big oak trees. They need to come down. They're just dropping acorns and leaf litter and mould everywhere. You can see the new houses built, across the road in Sutherlands there. Next. And here's an example. We really need to make some decisions here. This footpath's only 3 months old. And it's just stopped short of the intersection because no one really knows what to do here. So and it's just messy and ugly. Next. So our options: reduce the speed limit from 60 k's to 50 k's, put traffic lights and pedestrian crossing in at the main intersection and realign the two roads to be straight again. Put a footpath in from the intersection through to Six Silvers. Extend the cycleway for the 200 or 300 metres through to Sutherlands Road, and then from there through to Hallsville Junction Road, and get rid of the big trees and prune back everything, and eventually pave a footpath along Sutherlands Road to give people access there. Next. So how there hasn't been an accident, it's basically a fatality. It's basically luck. COVID's bought us a bit of time with lockdowns and less traffic on the road, and building, slowed down. But it's basically a pressure dam waiting to burst, and we're going to have some serious problems if we don't address it soon. That's basically my presentation. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and it's an amazing facility there. We've got an incredible sense of community, just thank you for everything.
Look, John, thank you so much for your submission. I can just see the amount of effort that you've gone to. It's a very powerful presentation. Kind of lost me at get rid of the oak trees, but you've given us some work to do. I think that safety assessment around that intersection is quite critical, and you've gone a step further because you've actually come up with some ideas. Can you leave that with us, John, as part of this annual plan process? We'll see where we can consider this in the context of where it fits in terms of the long-term planning process. But thank you so much for your presentation.
Excellent.
Awesome. No, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it.
No, brilliant photos, the whole lot. Very, very graphic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
The next one is Greg Partridge. Is Greg here?
A wee bit, yeah. Maybe it's a bit more friendly though. Rightio.
Kia ora, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me. I know I've only got 5 minutes, so I'll crack on. So I'm Greg Partridge from Richmond. My draft plan, my submission's on the draft plan, obviously. Ratepayers' money should be carefully spent on things that need fixing and doing it properly the first time, rather than the council wasting money on work that doesn't need to be done or needs redoing. Millions of dollars shouldn't be wasted in that way, particularly when there are stark reminders in the city of how poorly considered ideas have ended up costing ratepayers more money to fix in the long run. Rate should be spent wisely, not only to ensure ratepayers are getting excellent value for money, but to guarantee sustainable outcomes for our residents, neighbourhoods and the wider city now and into the future. Rates shouldn't be wasted on administrative costs, consultant fees or projects that are later neglected or ripped up and changed. Spend that money instead on fixing earthquake-damaged roads. While that work's being done, install rain garden infrastructure and plant more street trees. Doing that will fight climate change. It will protect the environment of our city, improve the mental and physical health of those who live here, and boost economic prosperity overall. Spend money and invest in the protection of the existing established trees. Our tree canopy is vanishing at alarming rates across the city to make way for additional housing. If you allow that eradication to continue, air quality will be poorer, more frequent urban heating will happen, more surface flooding will occur, pumping even greater volumes of pollutant-rich stormwater into our rivers. It will add greater pressure to the Three Waters infrastructure system and have detrimental impacts on our roads, cycleways and footpaths. All of that will lead to increased costs for the council going forward into the long term. By protecting the established trees now, you can help our city achieve 15 of the 17 internationally supported United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. You will also be aligning with the principles, the community outcomes and strategic priorities of your own strategic framework document. The Christchurch City Council website contains the extensive list of benefits that trees play in our city. If you haven't read it already, please do, and if you have read it recently, read it again. Housing Minister Megan Woods agrees that trees are an important part of our urban environment and that it's up to the councils to actually implement the protections of them. So please, spend the money, protect the existing trees before the damage is done, before it's too late and there's none left, as is the example here before you. Now that photograph I sent through to Jenny Huey, Chair of ECAN, she replied, "The photographs you've provided are a stark illustration of the outcomes that can result without protective measures in place. As you point out, the benefits of trees are well documented. I commend your well thought out and passionate argument in supporting greater protection of existing trees and incentives for new plantings. Your analysis of the issue is thorough." Council have confirmed that there's only roughly 1,200 protected trees on private land. Of those, as Sarah Templeton raised, almost 900 are at risk of losing that protected status. So how are we doing? Not great. If Bottle Lake Forest was to burn down tonight, like the Port Hills did several years ago, we'd be left with only 11% tree canopy coverage across Christchurch City. That's appalling for a garden city and a city that's declared a climate emergency. There is no time to waste. It's up to you guys. You've got the power. So spend the time, spend the money, protect those trees and protect them now. Because it takes far too long. As you see in that photograph on the left, it took them 40 years to achieve that. We haven't got 40 years. And if the developers tell you that it can't be done, it can be done. They can build around trees. So if they land that on your table, tell them to bugger off. It's bullshit. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg. I don't know if you've looked at our proposal around the plan in relation to the requirement that this establishment of a fund for tree planting to make up for those that we can't protect through our district plan.
But you should be able to change the rules. I know there's
has required us to change the rules.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But
and,
I mean,
and we're trying to find a solution to work with that, and the solution we've come up with actually establishes a fund to plant trees where
the solution you've come up actually, I'm sorry, the solution you're coming up with is actually allowing developers to buy their way through a climate emergency, to clear fell the city even further than what it already is. For a city that's declared a climate and ecological emergency, you need to be bold, you need to be braver, you need to be changing the category of a tree to be protected so that more trees can be protected. I'm not asking for a blanket protection across the city because that would be completely unrealistic.
Well, it's unlawful.
But it's unrealistic as well, which is the point. But you should be able to go, okay, there's trees around our city as depicted here that could have been saved. One of those trees is actually standing on council ground.
Yeah, I'd
Where's the
really
photo?
like to explore this further because, you know, this is something that every single councillor is passionate about, and we are trying and struggling in many respects to deal with rule changes that have been imposed on high. I met with the Minister last week by Zoom to explore this further, and you know, I didn't get the pushback on it that I thought that I would. So I think that there is room to move. Pauline.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I see where you're coming from with what Leanne's talking about as a financial contribution if the trees are lost. But you lose all that height and those years of growth. It's one way around it, but not the way. But what we're struggling with is we're being told that the organisation is struggling with the resource to actually identify the trees that need protection and to go around and visit them all, and they have to be inspected. So my question to you is, do you support the council investing that amount of money and potentially having to increase the
1,000% I
rates to
support
do
that.
that?
Yes. Because if we don't, I mean, how many developers do you know that don't go onto sites and clear fell everything?
Yeah,
And
but
with-
what I'm asking you is, would you support the council spending more money and with a potential rate increase to cover that?
Yes.
So
Thank you.
Can I flow on from that, because I just think that there's another question there, because there's a Section 32 report that has to go with every single tree that you protect. How about the low-hanging fruit that we actually invite people who want to protect trees on their private property now and absorb the value that might then adjust their property? Would you support that approach?
Absolutely. I'd also support the council actually pushing Arbor Day, which is coming up next month, so that it is actually on the radar for everybody in Christchurch, so that it is Arbor Day, that it's important, that we should be out there planting trees.
Yeah.
And we should be educating the developers to stop chopping them down.
Well, yeah, protecting your own.
Yeah. Start in your own backyard. That's what I've done at home. I had a blank piece of land. I've planted everything in natives apart from the edibles, and I've probably planted about 30 trees on my site.
Yeah, well,
And I'm
people
only
who
on a
want to
small
protect
section in
their
town.
own, you can call them the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Right, okay. All right, look, thank you very much.
Hey,
Louise.
thank you.
It's good to see you.
Great. Thanks
you.
a lot.
The next one is Robin Schultz, Coronation Reserve, who's joining us by audio visual. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. Apologies, I didn't intend to attend the meeting this morning, but I tested positive for COVID on Sunday, so hence why I'm here.
Well, I hope you're okay.
So if I burst out coughing, you know what's going on. I am involved with a group representing the Coronation Reserve community. That's the old sanatorium hospital development in Huntsbury. There's about 300 residences in that subdivision, and there's about another 200 houses immediately around it. We've had some concern for some time about the Coronation Reserve and the lack of action to get it developed. I've attached to my submission a copy of a PowerPoint presentation that I gave to the community board and the council. I don't know if you can see that, but it's attached. I urge you to at least read it or at least look at the pictures. So it tells the story. Yeah, we went through the long-term plan process last year, quite an extensive process. We were advised to go to the community board, which we did, and we went to the council, which we did, and unfortunately, that's all been undone by this current annual plan process. There are two main issues that we've had concerns with. One is the Major Aiken Road Reserve, the road reserve, and the second is the Coronation Reserve development. The road reserve matters are being attended to in part. There are still issues related to collapsed retaining walls, footpaths that are dangerous, landscaping matters, and numerous other important matters. But we do thank the council for the effort put in to date on the road reserve. It's a major improvement. all the residents are commenting on. Thank you very much. However, the Coronation Reserve is another matter. Excuse me. In 2008-2009, the council's budget for the development of the reserve, or the approved reserve plan, was about $460,000. If you go to my, in 2021, last year, the council revised the budget to some $960,000. If you look at attachment C to my submission, that's a copy of the council's revised cost to develop of $939,238 to be exact. From the long-term plan process, I don't know how it happened, but the council provided $503,000. If you look at attachment A of my submission, we are very amused by how it's been broken up into over an 8-year period into small amounts, which are a complete waste of effort and money. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Alarmingly now, the annual plan now provides for only $200,000. If you look at attachment B, the highlighted line about the middle of the page, line 405, Coronation Reserve Development, $200,000, and that's the total. So,
That was an appropriate phone sound.
So all of a sudden we're back to nothing. And I've been in touch with council officers who, I must say, the two that we're dealing with now are very helpful, and these comments are not directed at them. It's been a historical problem which hasn't been addressed. But they've confirmed that there is only $200,000. If you look at clause 4 of my submissions, the bold type, that's a direct extract from an email I received. We made some further inquiry and it was confirmed that that's all there is, $200,000. Now, we are totally gutted by that decision. What we want is, a request is for $939,238 to be provided in the annual plan spread over the next immediate 3-year period. This has got to be tackled urgently, and I'm going to explain that in a minute to you. Why? There's no point in putting 20,000 this year, 20,000 next year, and bits and pieces over a long period. The vegetation's taking over. In about 2009, the site was clean and tidy and effectively ready for development. There was little wildling pines, little wattles, little gum trees, blackberry, vermin, possums, and no fire hazard. Right now, it's absolutely overloaded with all of those. If you look at that, our PowerPoint presentation, you'll see the effect of the vermin and the possums. They're defecating over our properties. Yesterday, my wife's cat got 2 rats. They weren't average rats, they were huge rats. Now, if all that was on my property, you'd have your abatement notices out by 12 o'clock today. Unfortunately, we haven't got that authority. Earlier in the year, we requested an Official Information Act request as to what's been spent on the reserve over the last 15 years. If you go to my attachment D of my submission, you'll see that, and you won't believe this figure, $468,026 has been spent over that 15-year period on maintenance. That was the original cost of developing the reserve in 2009. This is alarming and a shameful waste of ratepayers' hard-earned money. As I presented to you last year, this community pay a disproportionate share of rates given the rating of capital values. We're not concerned about that, but we do want a fair slice of some action from the rates that we pay, which are virtually 3 times the average rate for Christchurch City. What's alarming is that work gets done, a small bit area gets cleared, and they don't come back and spray it or maintain it. It gets overgrown. I can quote you dozens of areas on that reserve that's happened. In 2009, the vegetation was about 1/2 metre high. I can tell you now that the Blackberry is 4 metres high. You look at the wall of the building where you are now and measure 4 metres. It's alarming. It's a major fire hazard. And if that goes up in smoke, you're going to have 300 insurance companies on your back. We've actually asked for a breakdown of these costs that have been spent over the last 15 years, and we haven't received that yet, but we suspect they're predominantly for administration. Now, I want to make this point that the staff that we're dealing with currently, Chad and Jonathan are great to deal with, but they've got their arms tied behind their backs. I've dealt with about 12 different people over the last 2 years. All of them have got high-vis vests, clipboards, cars, cell phones, but not one of them's got a chainsaw under his arm. It's got to be dealt with very quickly. What we want is the project to be rescoped, repriced, funding provided over a 3 to 4 year period, and importantly, a project team set up to make sure the money's spent wisely. We have a lot of expertise on that hill, which is free. We might as well use it, and the community want to get involved. And we've had enough that we're just going backwards. Since 2 years ago, virtually nothing much has happened. Over the last 9 months, there's been local initiatives to clear the Blackberry and others. There's been 1 stroke and 1 heart attack occurred from the residents there. You almost had 2 deaths on your plate. So you can see we're all a bit frustrated. We all want to hold hands to get this done, and want to do it as a community project. Now, the council, to your credit, has talked about having Christchurch as a national park. Here's 7 hectares right in the heart of it, screaming for development to be part of that. And all it needs is a proper managed program to do it. I'm happy to answer any questions, Madam Mayor.
Look, thank you, Robin. I mean, I recall your submission during the LTP processes. I'm sure others do, and the offer that was made then that if we did the upfront work, that the local community would be happily engaged in the day-to-day maintenance, but the heavy work needed to be done by the council.
Correct.
So, look, Tim Scandrett.
G'day, Robin. I hope you're feeling okay. I know you kind of got the
I'm okay. Yep.
Just could you elaborate? Because I went away thinking I'd gained $100 per year for 2 years to try and break the back of it, but you kind of pointed out to me that it's gone backwards. Can you explain that a wee bit, please?
Well, if you look at the annual plan, look at my appendix, my attachment B to my submission. Yeah. That's a copy of the annual plan funds for Coronation Reserve. See halfway down the page, it's got meeting current levels of service, line 405.
Yep.
Coronation Reserve Development, $200,000 over those 2 years. I've checked with council staff and I've confirmed that's all that's been allowed. So that's the bit we can't understand. Has there been a mistake? Has there been an omission, or have we not had all the information given to us? But that's a long way from 500,000, a hell of a long way from 900,000.
Exactly, and I'm a bit confused, well, totally confused too. So thank you, Robin, for that.
Yeah, I think you've sparked a number of questions for us, and we have the opportunity as councillors through this process to submit submit questions to staff, and I think that the issue here, because I mean, and it's no excuse, Robin, because I just remember your presentation. You didn't have to open your mouth before I remembered your presentation. I remembered it when I read your submission, and I thought. And I like Tim, am going, the scale of all of the different projects that you consider as you're going into an annual plan process, which are relatively, supposedly minor adjustments to the LTP process. That's what the annual plan is for. This one doesn't ring any bells. So I don't feel like it was particularly highlighted as such. So leave it with us and we'll get some further information, but I think you made such a strong presentation last time, and I mean we could all see by investing up front, we would get way more value, and the community would be much more happy about being engaged in that process.
Thank you, Robin.
Well, there's clearly an anomaly which we think needs to be clarified.
All right. Any further questions? That's good. Okay, look, thank you very much, Robin, and get well soon.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay. Next one is Environment Canterbury Councillor Phil Clearwater and Councillor Megan Watts. Megan Watts.
You would be surprised how often that happens. I'm sure neither of us are pleased.
Just demoted you to a mere parliamentarian. So.
Good morning, councillors.
Morning.
Maureen, Mary Ann and councillors. Look, we're certainly pleased to be here again on behalf of our chair, Jenny Huey, and we thank you for the opportunity to talk with you as a council. But we recognise that your annual plan doesn't propose any significant changes, so as previously, we want to recognise and underline our joint commitment to working together in partnership. So, and it's particularly important at this time with all of the changes that are coming from central government, and including changes to the resource management system and the evolving role of local government. So a collaborative, joined-up approach to local government is essential, and we highly value our relationship with your council. We acknowledge your contribution to the Canterbury Mayoral Forum and its various working groups, and the Climate Change Working Group in particular will be important in the coming year, with the Canterbury Climate Change Risk Assessment underpinning regional adaptation planning. And this is now more urgent with the release of the new sea level data from just last week, and it's more important than ever that we work together in this space. And the Greater Christchurch Partnership is another example where we can celebrate working together to ensure growth takes place in a planned and coordinated way. The development of the new spatial plan will be an important tool for ensuring joined up strategic planning responses right across the Greater Christchurch area. So part of this work will be continuing to work together to improve public transport in Greater Christchurch with investment needed by all partners, something Environment Canterbury has consulted on as part of developing our annual plan, which we're deliberating on later this month. And we'd also like to acknowledge your work in bringing together the activity plan to support the Otakaro Avon River corridor. This is an exciting, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a legacy for future generations.
I'll continue. So co-governance and co-management are very topical issues, and we look forward to continuing to work together alongside Mana Whenua and others as part of the strategic arrangements for Te Waihoura and also for Whakaora Te Healthy Harbour. Going a little off script here, co-governance and co-management as we move forward is implementing the NPS for freshwater will become much more important for us at Environment Canterbury too. Implementing the Canterbury Water Management Strategy remains a priority for Environment Canterbury, and we thank you for your strong support of the Christchurch, West Melton, Banks Peninsula and South Waihoura committees and your contribution to implementing the Zone Committee action plans. We'd like to acknowledge your initiatives to improve the health of urban waterways, including additional investment to reverse the current degradation of the waterways in our city, such as Horswell's Nottingham Stream, and working with the community on urban waterways, and look forward to working with you on other biodiversity projects too, as we set out the new biodiversity strategy in future. We support your resourcing of water-related infrastructure and are particularly encouraged by the prioritisation of the Kokorata drinking water scheme. But for Banks Peninsula more broadly, we strongly support funding and development of a Banks Peninsula water servicing strategy and prioritise and improve wastewater and drinking water services for that area. Obviously, there will be some changes with Three Waters, but your support of pushing for a Banks Peninsula strategy would be appreciated. Finally, we're delighted at your commitment, including funding for Enviro Schools and a Toimata Foundation collaboration agreement. We look forward to working together in Christchurch in the coming year to support more young people connecting with and understanding of their local environment. Thank you for your time today, and we'd reiterate the importance of working collaboratively in areas of shared interest. But before I finish, just in recognition that we may not be in this format again. I'm sure we'll see each other again before the end of term, but we'd like to thank both Leanne and Andrew and acknowledge your term as Mayor and Andrew, your support in the Deputy role and your dedicated service to both Christchurch and Greater Christchurch. Also acknowledging Councillor Galloway and Chen and obviously Catherine in the last few years too. So thank you while we've had the opportunity in this format to do that for your service. We look forward to continuing to work together for the rest of the term.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Mike Davidson.
Thank you for your submission and the your willingness to work in partnership in a lot of these areas that we cross over. Just in regards, I know you had submissions on it yourself, the inner city shuttle. Are you open as you can to a conversation with Christchurch City Council on how we can actually reinstate that service?
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. We're open to a conversation. I guess it's just how we manage that, and I guess the other possibility too is just what other contributions a private partnership might allow us.
I think it's important to note that our council is very ambitious with respect to public transport, and our biggest constraint is funding and resource. Obviously, we're not in the same position as you are as a council with respect to resource, particularly in the financial space. So we're always really open to working to improve public transport, both service and ways to get more people using public transport. And so, yeah, your support in that moving forward would be great. You'll see from our annual plan that we are ambitious, but we have some constraints on the finance and resource side that if we had all of the money in the world, we would do significant investment further than what we've had.
Thanks. And you see a place, for the inner city shuttle in Christchurch?
Phil, would you like to?
Absolutely. I think Mike, certainly people of my generation are well aware that previously it worked very well, and there's every possibility that it will work well in the future. So personally, I certainly see a place for it, and happy to have further conversations.
Right, thank you.
Yanni?
Thank you. I note that you said that you're happy with council's investment in our urban waterways. Are you comfortable with the fact that we're not spending enough to stop our urban waterways from degrading?
Would you like me to comment,
You
Phil?
go first.
Look, Yanni, we're happy to see that you have invested. We will certainly not say no to further investment and would encourage that if you're in a position to do so.
And can I add too, Yanni, that I think that councillors' involvement in the urban water partnership, that's been a great step forward, and certainly we enjoy looking at ways, particularly to supporting all the community groups, and they're the ones who are doing the work, and I think that is a great way forward, and I'm sure you'd support that too.
Anything else, Yanni?
Oh, well, just to be clear, you would support us putting additional funding on to improve the quality or the health of our urban waterways?
I think
that's not really a question. I mean, what would be ECAN's
Would you
view
support
of the
extra?
priorities? In
Could you
terms
just
of the
repeat your question,
priorities,
Leanne?
We've obviously adopted one in our annual plan this time, Nottingham Stream. Do you think that? I mean, do you have a view on that, or any other priorities that ECAN's particularly aware of?
Well, I think that Nottingham Stream, I would understand, is about the most polluted stream in our city. And so starting with those, ensuring that those serious ones are cleaned up.
Starting with those, it's adding those to the list
Adding
that
those.
we are
Well, I guess I would ask council to ensure that they are added, actually. I agree with your sentiment, Yanni. I think that we really have to invest in cleaning up our waterways.
We require our rural communities to invest in cleaning up waterways quite strongly, and my personal view, and then there's certainly a strong view around the table, is that the expectation falls on urban centres as well.
Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you. When we talk about cleaning up waterways and the most contaminated, etc., we've really got to start with the source to the source. So would you be supportive with regards to lobbying government, with regards to banning copper brake pads, etc., and other things, as they have done in California. It can be done, but we just seem to be floating around doing nothing.
So look, absolutely, Tim, and we have already asked central government to bring forward legislation around, for example, banning the copper brake.
And what was the
pads.
response from central government?
Well, it's been pretty low key, I think, is the answer.
That would be polite.
I've got another response, because I write at least annually to the appropriate minister. There's been a few on this very subject, and the last one suggested that MFE were doing some research on the subject. I don't know what part of copper brake pads contribute to what goes into our rivers. They don't get.
And alongside that, Millie, I think it's certainly a whole area of education for people in Greater Christchurch, so people are aware of when they go to renew their brake pads, or they need renewing, and mechanics are all across this too. So it's an education. But certainly, we thank you for your
advocacy.
for the work advocacy for central government.
Relevant.
Exercise
Your
of
persistence.
frustration. Perhaps we should send a joint missive
Yeah.
to the minister.
When they talk about research, perhaps irrelevant of the governor, who the governor of California is, perhaps they should just ring the governor's office and find out what they've actually done and what they did over 15 years ago. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll let you, Aaron. So
Yeah, I just had a question around the electrification of the bus fleet, and because it pertains to our budgets going forward, is you've gone with the Chinese bus model, built model, which is overweight, which needs an exemption, which does damage to the roads, but not using the New Zealand built model, which is more expensive. I understand that, but you have to pay road user charges, which would exceed the cost difference. So are you reconsidering that?
Well,
because it works out cheaper in the long run.
Basically, we are looking at, well, we have already purchased, as you're probably aware, Councillor, a good number. I think it's about 28 electric buses already that are now on the road, and we in our budget we are purchasing another 28 electric buses.
Of the overweight ones.
But I guess that's a technical matter. I think the main thing is that the buses be attractive to people, that they work well. The new electric buses are much lighter than the previous battery buses. We also are purchasing a number of low emission, low diesel emission.
the ECAN has come here to make a submission on our annual plan. So when we have honestly, there is an opportunity for us.
I thought I got one past the goalie for a moment. The goalie woke up. Thank you.
You're welcome in our chamber any time, Aaron.
Aaron just caught me out. I took my eye off the ball. So look, thank you guys very much for your submission today. Give my regards to the chair, and please sort of pass on the offer that we make a joint representation now to Minister. I think it's Kitty Allen is the latest one that holds the pen on the portfolio.
Thank you. And
Thank
nice
you,
to
Leanne.
see everybody in person.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll do that.
See you later.
Right. The next submission is John Walls, not unknown to many of us. Come forward. Nice to see you, John.
Oh, nice to see you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Just a very small submission. Thank you very much for the opportunity first to talk to you about the draft annual plan. I live in Phillipstown and have done for quite a while, actually. I would just like to underline a couple of points in my submission. Firstly, I'm really pleased that you have allocated funds towards a permanent community centre or hub for Phillipstown. What I'm going to ask you is, would you please consider bringing that funding forward, as the current hub's tenure is just temporary, pretty much month to month, but at the moment we've got a wee bit longer than that, but the rug could be pulled out from under us, we're concerned. If you are able to think of ways to bring that forward, that would be really good. The current hub, after all, is much needed in an impoverished Phillipstown. It's already helping to foster connectedness within the community, and indeed giving us a real sense of community. I've really noticed it in my wee street, Leyden Street. It's quite different from the way it used to be. And to my other main point, I live on Ferry Road in the section between Wilson's and Aldwyn's roads. After a great City Council engagement process with the local communities a couple of years ago, the Ferry Road master plan for this section has not been implemented and now appears to be delayed until 2031. This is concerning because the condition of this part of Ferry Road is, well, pretty awful. It's far from being reasonable, as a recent inspection suggested that it might be. It's very far from being reasonable. We shouldn't have to wait any longer for attention to two issues, in my opinion. We need more safe crossing zones, please. I'm just going to talk about one crossing zone now. The crossing point on the northeast corner of Matheson's Road, northeast corner? Yes, northeast corner of Matheson's Road, the one nearest to Sumner, is actually dangerous with two lanes merging outside Bronski's Dairy, two lanes merging and cars ducking around to the left from Matheson's Road, it seems, just as pedestrians decide to duck across the road to the crossing point. This has resulted in some near misses. I have experienced it myself. You think, how can you not look? But you're looking this way and you're looking at the traffic and you're looking everywhere, and then this car comes from right behind you and just goes whew. It's not a good thing. So I've personally experienced it, and two staff from the Ferry Road pharmacy have also reported that they've experienced these near misses. Also, I have seen drivers heading towards town suddenly take a shortcut on the wrong side of the median strip to access Matheson's Road, sweeping right in front of the so-called safe point. And you can understand if they're doing that, they're not really looking at everything. They're mainly looking, can I do this? And it's really awful. They usually get around just as some car coming from the city is coming towards them. It's really, not good. So I would call that really dodgy. Also, these crossing points, I believe, need to be more visible to drivers, such as by using yellow piped fencing that you often see, which is, you also see them dinged, which is actually quite good because it's a message to the driver, look out. I would really like to see, I think we as citizens of ratepayers of that area would really like to see pipe fencing and at least one or two more crossings in the 400 odd metre area where there is no crossings at all going towards Aldwyn's Road. My other concern is car parking on the footpath. There is no physical barrier at all between vehicles and pedestrians. There's simply no curbing. The footpath is only haphazardly marked, and in many places the vehicle zone is not clear. In other words, there's not even a painted curb on the footpath. So the car could just be anywhere between the road and the footpath. But the worst is this, which I have seen heaps of times. Vehicles U-turning, try to visualise this, vehicles U-turning from the centre of the road and driving right up onto the footpath and even driving along the footpath to complete their turn. And yes, I've seen pedestrians actually have to give way to U-turning vehicles coming at them on their footpath. It really isn't any good. And it's not enough to say, oh, but that's illegal, because I would say, is it? They are already allowed to enter and drive on part of the footpath. What part? It's not clear. It's crazy, and really this needs to be fixed. These safety issues have been well raised with you in the past in the 2021 long-term plan with lots of photos, and also in the community board and to the Rakura Community Board in August 2020. We're still waiting. This has got to be fixed, please. One last thing, just a few seconds. Olivia's Road, it's narrow, it's long, it's straight. There's a Hoon speed alley. Can we please have some more traffic calming measures? It's getting dangerous because we're getting more parked cars on the road all the time, as you will be aware. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you, John. I think even though you haven't done a presentation with a PowerPoint, you've actually very graphically described the challenges of the area. I think we all know it quite well. So thank you for coming, and thank you for caring. You know,
Okay.
really appreciate you making the submission this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next is the New Zealand Chinese Language Week Charitable Trust, and we have a audio visual link. Here they are. Ni hao.
你好，早上好，Tina Koto Katoa. I'm Constance Hua, and I'm the project manager for the New Zealand Chinese Language Week. Jo Coughlin, the chair, she would like to be here, but unfortunately she had an unexpected funeral to attend, so she's at a funeral, and I will be presenting our submission. Thank you to the Mayor, Leanne Delzier, and all the councillors for being here and allowing me to present our submission. So before I get someone to play the video, which will give you a good feel about what are the highlights from last year's New Zealand Chinese Language
Kia ora,
Week.
Daja Hao, and welcome.
Sorry, that was an accident. You could just let us know when you're ready for it.
Okay, I'll give you a good feel. It's been running for 8 years, and it's a Kiwi-driven initiative, and we're really very thrilled that the council have always been supporting us, you know, by supporting a mayor video of support, and then we work very closely with your libraries and the different kinds of activities we have are like the trilingual children's book, dumpling day activities, mentoring superstars. But let the video be played, and it will give you, it will sum up quite succinctly what the New Zealand Chinese Language Week is about.
Kia ora, thank you.
If you can go ahead and play the video.
Welcome to New Zealand Chinese Language Week 2021, which ran from the 26th of September to the 2nd of October. NZCLW 2021 was bigger and better than ever before. It was fantastic to see so many people involved all over New Zealand. We have loved seeing all the videos and photos of everyone entering the hashtag 5 Days 5 Phrases challenge, taking part in NZCLW National Dumpling Day, entering competitions and giveaways, and just enjoying and celebrating Chinese language and culture. Even though COVID-19 guidelines restricted the amount of guests we could host, we still put on a spectacular opening event at the New Zealand Parliament's Banquet Hall, with just over 75 guests in person and an additional 30 guests tuning in via Zoom. Jo Coughlin, chair of the New Zealand Chinese Language Week Trust, emceed the event. Speaker of the New Zealand House of Representatives, the Right Honourable Trevor Mallard, presented certificates of achievement to our youth ambassadors, Mandarin superstars and little ambassadors. Speakers included Trust Deputy Chair Tony Brown, Chinese Ambassador Her Excellency Madam Wu Ji, who spoke via Zoom, as well as Labour MP Nasi Chen. We started the week off with a delicious taste of Chinese culture, celebrating National Dumpling Day, which fitted perfectly with this year's New Zealand Chinese Language Week theme, food and hospitality. This year's response to our trilingual children's book, Daniel's Matariki Feast, was amazing, receiving high praise from children, teachers, and even politicians from around New Zealand. The NZCLW Trust has donated more than 1,650 books to 234 schools and libraries across the country. The Gisborne Herald made a video featuring Race Relations Commissioner Meng Foon visiting the children at St Mary's School in Gisborne. There he read Daniel's Matariki Feast in Mandarin, Te Reo, and English. It has also been wonderful to see the support from so many politicians and mayors around the country. A highlight was having Vodafone service provider change their hello phrase to ni hao in the top left-hand quarters of all Vodafone devices. We achieved prime-time features on 3's The Project and TVNZ1's morning show Breakfast, with a total of 58 features online, on air, and in print across the country, including major outlets News Talk ZB, RNZ, Stuff, and the New Zealand Herald. Thank you once again for all your support and participation in New Zealand Chinese Language Week 2021. We can't wait to do it all over again in 2022. Share.
So, thank you for taking the time to watch that video, and I hope that it has given you a good feel of what are all the different elements. And like in the video, it says that, you know, we cannot wait to launch this year's festival again, and it starts on the 25th of September, and it runs for a whole week again. So, what kind of support are we asking? As I said that, you know, we're so pleased that we will get a mail of support from you. So fantastic on that. And we have also asked for a liaison person to work with, so that when we distribute the trilingual books and the posters and all that, we can work with that person to see what kind of activities we could run at your grassroots level. And also, I mean, just like, you know, we are a charitable trust and we've been doing it for 8 years. We would love to have some kind of financial support from Christchurch City Council, and we're asking for a contribution of around $2,000 or more if you can help us, because, you know, we do all sorts of things. The more support we get, the more new initiatives that we can think of. So as in the video, it shows you the trilingual book. There's a lot of effort that go into it. And this year we are going to even give a go to do an audio version. So every year we try to just up the ante for ourselves. And then when we have our Mandarin superstars, I mean, these are the people who are the frontliner, and they get to tell their personal journeys of how they started to learn the Chinese language, whether they're at the start of their journey or whether they're in the midst of it. And every single person has an interesting story to say. Some of them got into the Chinese language journey because they were doing it for business. Some of it was a personal journey for them. And then we even have, you know, we've been speaking to this particular filmmaker, and it's amazing. He spent 5 years in China, and he started to learn to speak a little bit of Chinese. So on the aside, we're always looking for Mandarin superstars. So if you know anyone in the council, if you know someone, do let me know. And I have to say just a little bit about my background. Obviously, you can tell from my accent that I'm not Kiwi. I grew up in Singapore, and I'm so pleased to see an initiative like the New Zealand Chinese Language Week, because I come from multilingual. I mean, I can speak Malay, I can speak a little bit of Chinese, and I'm learning Ferry. And it just does amazing things to your mind and your perspective for people to be, you know, embracing culture like this. So I really think the New Zealand Chinese Language Week is a fantastic initiative, and we are counting on you, whether you could give us some form of support financially and a liaison person. So if anyone has any questions for me, I'll be really pleased to answer them.
Thank you very much. I'm actually, I mean, every year we've supported this with certainly the mural video of support. I'm not gonna pretend I can just remember.
Thank you.
I'm the Mayor of Christchurch. That was. So, but I'd have to practice up for my next video, so that's fine. I'm pretty sure that we have connections in with the trust. I know Joe Coughlin very well, of course, but of course we the staff connect with this, and we've always made a small financial contribution to the Language Week. So, but I think what you've done today is to present it in a public setting so that it's raising public awareness. Aaron.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. The video was fantastic. You did ask if we had any Mandarin superstars. We do have a long-serving councillor, Jimmy Chen, who is, and our mayor can sing in Mandarin as well. She probably won't today, but she has at events, and so this council was well represented. So,
It was on the screen.
yeah.
Well, we would definitely love to have someone like her as a superstar, because it is amazing. I mean, there's just, everybody has got a different story to tell. Actually, my story, how I got into Mandarin speaking, I think, because I took Malay at school, and I met my husband in the Mandarin speaking class. So everyone has a different story to tell. So yes, Aaron, I would like to just maybe touch base later and see how I can get in touch with the superstar. But thank you so much for your enthusiasm, energy, and support. You know, I mean, when you run something like an initiative for 8 weeks, really want to just keep going and making it bigger and bigger. So I really do appreciate your support on that. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll just let Jimmy Chen have the last word, because he is stepping down from council at the end of this year with the elections, and after many years of service to his city. So I'll let him have the last question.
That question you mentioned earlier.
Chinese.
Particular in Chinese?
I'm just joking.
No.
I'm
okay,
teasing.
yeah. You mentioned there's the wrong person, but I just don't know who is the wrong person in Christchurch.
No.
Whether you have any person.
That's all taken care of.
Okay. Okay. The other one is because to learn the Chinese language, the environment, creating the environment is important. Once a year, the 26th the September till the 2nd of October, only 1 week, probably even people try to learn. However, after later, still know this environment. But Christchurch is multicultural, the kind of community and city. So we did have like a Lantern Festival, Moon Festival. Whether, the New Zealand Chinese Language Charitable Trust, you might consider can promote in that kind of festival. Give the people more can learn or encourage them try to speak English during that time. It's my question.
It's within the Golden Week for the Autumn Festival. Yeah. So I just think that Jimmy was just asking whether whether there's an opportunity for the for the New Zealand Chinese Language Week Charitable Trust to advertise in the context of some of the festivals that we run, like the Lantern Festival, which now coincides with the Autumn Festival, Moon Festival. Yeah.
That is a good point, and that question has been raised, of course. But as you know, with the funding that we have, sponsorships in kind that we get, as well as that. I guess in some ways, the New Zealand Chinese Language Week itself is the big platform for us, and then we do hope that we can add, some other activities along the way. I completely agree with it, because if you only focus in 1 week, then what happens to the rest of the week? Especially as you say, you learn how to say a few phrases. So we are always looking into those opportunities, and we will be happy to work with you to see, how else can we stretch the New Zealand Chinese Language Week beyond just this special week in a year. Definitely, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much for your time this morning. I look forward to doing the video for you one last time, and connecting on all the other matters. So thank you very much for your presentation this morning.
谢谢. Thank you for taking our submission, and Chai Chen, have a good day. Thank you.
Chai Chen. Boat Security and Safety Group, James Ensor. Oh, there's a whole team of you.
Now, can we ask that the staff please run this presentation of ours through, please?
Sure.
And I'll just raise my hand when we want to change it.
Great.
Sorry, we don't have that loaded interject. Was it your submission or did you have an actual presentation?
Are you not going to be able to run it through?
We will, once we've got it.
Did you send it through?
Yeah, we'd like to just run it through and talk to it as we go
Is
through.
it just the submission that you sent through? Is
Yes,
that
that's
what you
right.
want
Yeah,
up?
that's right. That's what we
Okay,
want. Yeah.
it's the submission.
Yeah.
Okay, if you start talking, it will take 2 minutes to load.
This. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to take a couple of minutes to load it. So do you want us to start?
Yeah. Eden, do you want to talk a wee bit about the Breakwater?
We have it in front of us on our own screens.
Yeah, it's tricky to talk about it without the diagrams.
Well, we can wait for a minute.
Yeah.
No pressure, Sam.
We really appreciate the opportunity to Mrs. Mayor and Chief Executive and all the councillors. We have had a lot of support from you over the time, and we just feel that this process has been stalled and not gone as rapidly as we'd like, and we feel that the new plans have not really covered some of the issues which we're going to raise today.
Right, here we go.
Right. So the first one here is 1993, the OSOL plan, and that's how long our process has been going. Can you run it through? Yeah, now this is the timeline. You can see the timeline, and there's been no progress on the ground. Run it through. Yeah. Now, 5,025 people supported us in our boat safety group, which was set up by Paula Smith, to give safety improvements and get it right, because we've been 4 attempts at building structures and they've all been a complete failure. The Christine Bow project, which we applied for in March 18, and that was for funding, and we got $10.6 million, which we applied for 10 and got that, and we're really thrilled with the funding we've got. Yep. And then Paula Smith set up this Environs 357 project, which was to get support, which is what we've done, and we've run through the from there. And now the consent stuff, you can run through that really quickly, please. And we want to get to near the end of that. That's the plan for the spur breakwater, which we want to see repaired. Next one, please. And there's the engineering price for repairing that from earthquake damage, which is still current apart from freight, as we were indicated this last week by the company. Yeah, next one. Now the funding, we're unhappy with this. The funding that's there does not cover the money we got. We got total support from Carleen Edwards, the Chief Executive, the Mayor, and all of the councillors present for the $10.6 million. And in that plan, you're only showing that amount, $7 million, including a whole lot of other things. So there's insufficient funding to actually do a proper job there. Next one, please. Now, this one here shows the Jocelyn plan done by the council, and it shows how good the spare breakwater was at the time prior to the earthquake. And that's what we need replaced, because it actually is vital to the safety of operators in that area. Now, this is our plan which we've got, which is a new plan, and it's within the consented area. It's back in further, and it actually is a very, very good plan. I've got Eden here, she's going to say a few words to it, please.
Yes, well, the breakwater is a major, that's what we've been sort of advocating for since this group started. And the council did a series of drawings which were put out for public consultation, and it was generally approved that the bigger breakwater was the desirable one for the boating community. Anyway, and that was forwarded through, and then the council came back with a much smaller breakwater, which didn't fit the purpose. And this is a drawing we've come up with engineering advice, and the spit that's there now. There's talk from the council designers of that being removed, and it's just beyond us that why you would move something that's been put in there and worked, settled in the earthquakes. It's settled, and it just needs building up. It's even doing a good job now, but if it was back to its original state, and James has gone through the costings on that, it would, and then just extend that into that breakwater that's out the front that would give that whole waterfront protection.
Eden's a very experienced builder. His company built the Hokitika Bridge. It gives you some idea of how they can build structurally, so he's very lucky to have him on board. Tony Whiteley's been involved in Littleton area all his life, and he's been a harbour master, worked for Environment Canterbury. He's just going to say a few words about that.
Yes, the breakwater itself is the...
Take it off.
It's a bit better, isn't it? Yes. No, the breakwater itself is a good idea, that one, the new one there. It covers all areas where the wind can blow from the southwest and right round through to the south, and it's good. And it's covering the area too. The only bit it doesn't extend to is further up where the other part is up by where the
yacht club is.
The yacht club is, yes. Yeah. So, but that's a good alternative, I think, anyway. And it does cover most of the angles, safety angles on this area.
Thank you. Can we next one, please? Next one, please. Now, this is showing you spur breakwater. At medium tide to high tide, it sunk and it actually lets the waves rolling around there. And the easterly and northeasterly waves come in there 4 to 5 days a week. So it's really essential. Even southeasterly come in there as well. And we would like to see that reinstated for $500,000 and fix it. It would make a huge difference. We wouldn't have believed when they built it in 2000 it would be anywhere near as effective as what it was. It was there to protect the ramps and also protect the marina. Marina's gone, but we still need to protect the ramps. We can't walk away from that. And the council plan, if you shorten it back halfway, is going to be very ineffective. Next one, please. There's another one there. You can see the waves just roll in there and come around the ramps. Next one, please. And you can see what it's like. Trying to retrieve boats out of the water when the waves are coming in is plain dangerous, and it's really hopeless. And our plan also had some pontoons at the ramp, which is what was envisaged in our $10 million plan we had. It's probably less than that now, but you can see why it's so important to keep the waves out. Now, I'd just like to ask that our new plan is considered seriously. I'd also like to refer to Catherine Chu, who sent a message to say, you guys, well done. Thank you very much for that. She was the only person we heard from. And our group would like to get the Chief Executive, Dawn, to call a meeting of either 4 to 6 councillors or all of the councillors to a workshop with our marine specialist engineers, which we've got, who come up with our plan and share some of the information with them, because we think it's really essential the councillors get on board. They've supported the money, we've done nothing with it, and we've gone to a lot of consultation, and we don't believe the outcome of that consultation is going to work for the community. And we represent the ratepayers. We had 300 people at our workshop, and so we've done a lot of work to find out what the community want. And we want the ratepayers to sign off something they're going to feel happy with and they can sleep at night with, because at present it's not the case.
I'm sorry, but when I read your submission, I couldn't quite see the connection with the Naval Point draft development plan. So where does this fit within that?
We got in March 18, we got $10 million to do a breakwater and a pontoon at the ramp, which we saw the pictures of there, which is part of
the Naval Point development plan that's been signed off.
Yes, that is for the car park and all of that facility, but the final bit of it wasn't signed off at the community board meeting, which was for the breakwater and work around the ramp. It hasn't been signed off yet.
Okay, all right. I thought it was part of it, but
it is part of it, and it was approved as a provisional plan of what was going to happen.
Right.
But we were led to believe in December last year that it's still not been finally approved, but it's been out with all the consultation with the council plans and things they put out.
Okay.
Is that right, Andrew?
But you're part of that consultation process?
Yes, that's right. Could Andrew?
Yeah, Andrew.
So, James, let me put this to you as a question. So thanks for the presentation. I mean, we've heard from you a number of times over the years with, very detailed, obviously you put a lot of work into what you're presenting to us, so thank you for that. You were at the community board meeting where the Naval Point development plan was approved, and you were part of the conversations. You actually made a deputation to that meeting. where we made it very clear there was further work to do on the technical design for the breakwater and these water safety elements that you've presented on so well over the years. You've obviously come to us with a new reworked proposal today. Have you shared that with Christine Bow and the project team? And if you have, what feedback have you had on that?
We sent it to Christine Bow when we sent the annual plan, which she asked for our new information we've got this year, and she's got that, and we've had no feedback from that team at all.
Yeah, I mean, my interest would be to make sure that what you've presented today is included in that process that the project team are running, which is looking at these water safety considerations and the technical design for the breakwater. There's a lot of work our staff are doing, and this is really useful as a consideration to feed into that. But that's really where it joins up with the where we're at with the community board and council decision making on this project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just feel there's one problem. All of the community board members and a large number of probably councillors here even don't use that facility 2 or 3 times a week. And when you do that, you see all these things happening and you realise how important this structure is to the ratepayers of Christchurch. And we're the only area in Canterbury that's got facilities that can be used all tide.
Yeah,
so that's why that is so
That's why
important.
the project team and the development plan approach is being dealt with before it comes back to council. So I think your suggestion that some of us meet with you separately of that process probably isn't going to add value. It would be better that there is a representations at the conclusion of the process, which you must be involved in.
Well, we're hoping today, we've got a meeting with some staff today to go through some of this information, which we think is really important. And we hope that preempts this, getting the engineers. We've got some really top people that have been involved in the viaduct base in Auckland, the port recovery plan with the earthquake repairs there, and also an engineer that's been involved in the marine side of it for Littleton Harbour for 50 years as well. So those 3 specialists need to be involved in this process.
I think this council has been, very clear that we are very interested in hearing from local community about local knowledge and local solutions as part of our planning processes. So, look, thank you very much for making your presentation today. I'm glad you got a meeting with staff today. That's a very good next step. And we'll see how the Naval Point development proceeds. So thank you very much.
Well, we're very pleased with what Christine Bow and the team have done over at Naval Point and tidying up as well. It's been superb.
Yeah. And
Thank you
Sail
very much.
GP will be sailing away next year. So,
Thank you very much, everybody.
thank you. And the next.
Yes, we have a break because we had a cancellation.
Oh, okay. So we're on a break now. So if people could be back here ready to go at 10:45, please. Everyone, I think we have enough councillors in the room to proceed. The next submitter on our annual plan is Jade McFarlane. Is Jade?
No, they're supposed to be on Zoom, sorry.
Oh, that's an audio visual link?
Yeah, but we
Okay.
do have Paul.
Paul Brodie. Can we go to Paul Brodie? Thank you. And we'll come back to Jade. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for hearing me. I've got two very simple points to make. One is about cycleways and public transport and getting people hopefully out of their petrol and diesel driven cars. And one is about funding of actions to counter climate change, to mitigate climate change and adapt to climate change. So all my points, the context is on the screen at the moment, those three graphs, which you're probably all very familiar with, showing the global situation, temperature going up, carbon dioxide going up, methane going up. It won't be until the carbon dioxide and the methane graphs level off that temperature will stabilise. And as you all know, we're in a really critical situation. We've got to take prompt and deep action to cut our greenhouse gas emissions. So, the first point's about cycleways. I think it's great that we've got dedicated cycleways around the city and a developing network of them. The network isn't yet extensive enough, of course. What do you call them on the diagram? I haven't got my glasses on, but where there's a painted line on the road isn't good enough. And I think most of the routes are still of that sort. A painted line on the road where the cyclists are exposed to car doors opening and traffic passing you on the other side. Extremely dangerous. You're not going to encourage people to take up cycling if those particular routes aren't changed to dedicated cycleways. I did a bit of a Google search and I only found one league table, Global Bicycle Cities Index, which ranked cities according to the facilities they provided for cyclists. And that's the result. There are 90 cities on this league table. Utrecht in the Netherlands was at the top. Wellington was number 30. Auckland was number 49. And I heard on the news this morning that Auckland are putting considerable funding into improving cycling facilities. Lagos is number 90. And I've nothing against Lagos. They might have good facilities for cyclists. But that's it. Christchurch doesn't feature on this league table. So I suggest maybe if you want to get up there with Wellington and Auckland and maybe Utrecht eventually, much more funding has got to be put into cycleways. There are a couple of photographs of Utrecht. That top left is rush hour, lots of happy cyclists. They're even confident enough to go without helmets. And on the right, that's a bicycle park next to a commuter rail station. Now, we're not going to see anything like that, but maybe we will have public transport hubs where people can pick up cycles, drop off cycles. So we might approach something like that eventually. So to encourage people, 1914, the nurses were cycling around Christchurch. Nowadays, they'd have to largely put up with what you see on the right. So that would be a painted white line on the road with those cyclists exposed to the traffic and exposed to car doors being opened. So I'm just making the point, more funding into cycleways, I hope, and bringing those plans for cycleways over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years or whatever, hopefully bringing that forward. We have no time to waste in cutting emissions, encouraging personal transport and public transport. My second point is about funding for climate change. Top left is from the annual plan, the discussion document, where you provide this wonderful diagram showing how much funding is going to all those sectors, but nowhere does it explicitly say what funding might be going to climate change. And as a city, we hope to halve our emissions by 2030. I want to know, and I think that many other people in the city, increasing numbers of people in the city, would like to specifically know more or less how much funding is going into climate mitigation, cutting emissions, or climate adaptation, adapting to sea level rise, etc. How much funding is going into those areas? There's no indication in your financial plans of that at present. So I'm after some sort of pie diagram like the one shown bottom right. Very general, perhaps. And we've also got this wonderful climate resilience strategy. A lot of thought's obviously gone into it. There are 10 programmes. There's the list of the programmes. But again, there's no indication explicitly of how much funding might be going into each of these programmes. I think we need to know that. And again, from the annual plan, I've just picked out some of the detail. And maybe even in the huge table you've got over, I don't know, it's over about 100 pages listing all the capital expenditure, maybe just a couple of columns to direct people's attention to which of those items of funding might contribute to mitigation, reduction of our emissions, and which might be contributing to our adaptation to climate change. And I've just indicated a few examples. So overall, I'm afraid this sort of diagram just gives me indigestion, but it's taken from your, probably gives you indigestion as well. Vastly complex, really, taken from your climate resilience strategy and how you're going to fulfil that. But the very bottom line, funding delivered through Council's long-term plan and annual plan process. Sure, yep, that's where the funding's divvied up. But for the normal citizen, it's impossible or very difficult for you to get any idea of how much is specifically going into this climate resilience strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think these are issues that have been raised by councillors as well. So thank you very much for making the time to come in with your presentation and for presenting it.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Graphically as well. Thank you. Now online we have Jade McFarlane, and he's with us. She? Jade is both. Are you there, Jade?
G'day. How you going?
Hello, Right, thank you. Welcome. Do you want to turn your camera on, or do you need to leave it off?
Yeah, look, I'm gonna keep mine really brief.
Yep.
Thank you. I can. I guess mine's it's a really short one. It's just about the curbside collection.
Yeah.
Out in Wairua. So if I can share my screen just quickly. Can you all see my screen?
Yep, I can see yours. No, we can't see your screen.
Okay.
We can see someone else though. If people aren't
Right.
making submissions, can you turn your videos off? So that's better. Thank you.
Can you see that? Is it?
It says please wait. Yes, it's here. Thank you. That's a good image.
Sorry. So basically, it's a really quick one. Just saw the submission process on curbside collection. Currently, this is Cooney Valley. If you can see my mouse coming up around here.
Yep.
Are you all able to see that? Yeah.
Yep.
So basically, this submission from me is basically just basically a proposal to extend the collection services for the red bin further up the road and more in line with, I guess, the yellow bin collection that we already have. So currently we have all the way up the Cooney Valley Road, we've got yellow bin collection, have for a number of years. And in the submission, that council put up on the website, we noticed that the red bin collection was planned to come up the valley and stop at Reynolds Valley, which is this intersection just here. So I guess the crux of what I wanted to talk about really was, like, can we get some consistency in having the red bin all the way up the valley? I know for a fact that there's about 10 vehicles that end up coming down the valley at the moment have to drive all the way out to Birdlings Flat, and just on the topic of emissions that the prior person was talking about, just seems a little bit crazy if we're all having to drive 10 different cars when we've obviously got the yellow bins already getting collected all the way up to the top of the valley. So yeah, it was just a really quick point, really. We thought the one truck could just do that run to get from Reynolds Valley turn just all the way up to the top and back. And yeah, that was really all I had to say on that.
Right. So it's how you're talking what? How many meters approximately are you talking, or kilometers?
So basically, if I can just take a little cue from this, I should have jumped on Canterbury Maps instead. Yeah. But it's approximately 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So it's about 1.5 kilometres to the further up the road, and 1.5 kilometres back. And I guess the crux of it for me is really, the yellow bin's getting done all the way to the top. Just a bit unsure as to why the red bin stopping there. And there's it would definitely save a whole bunch of vehicles from travelling all the way to Birdlings Flat, which I don't think is the purpose of having it come 3/4 of the way up the valley and then stop at that point.
So and that you say that there's about a dozen or so lifestyle blocks in that extended area.
Yeah, there is. So there's I can just point to them here. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you get up here 7, 8. I know these people quite well. 9, and then there's a couple in here. 10, 11, and there's 12. Yeah. So yeah, there's about a dozen more, and they're all, the majority of these lower ones are all 4 hectare blocks, which is consistent with they're actually slightly larger down the valley, the land ownership. So there is actually a cluster of slightly higher density blocks that would be getting missed out under this proposal, and then it seems like it's getting sort of a lower density portion and then stopping. So we're just planning to continue that for getting these 4 hectare blocks around here, and then there's another few that get their yellow bins collected currently. That would it just makes sense to me to have both bins collected.
Yeah,
otherwise you're kind of going, you're going to Birdlings Flat and then but still putting your recycling at the front on the road. So it just seems a bit bizarre.
Right. Okay. I think that's pretty straightforward. No councillors. Oh, Aaron.
Well, obviously all collections have to stop somewhere, and that's obviously what it does at the moment, which makes sense. And the council's also trying to constantly reduce its carbon footprint, so extending it is questionable around that. But if you have a bin at the moment and you take it to where the collection ends, will it be emptied? Like if all the neighbours say the truck gets to the end there and it's got 20 bins that it does all in one hit, does that currently get offered or not?
Yeah, so we have the yellow bin collection right on every person's driveway has it, all the way up the valley.
The proposal in the annual plan is to put the red bin collection in. We don't do that at the moment, and they go to the dump. And I think what he's saying is that if you don't extend this to the end of the valley, then you'll still have 10, 12 people taking their vehicles all the way to Little River.
Right, so...
And what Aaron's asking
Birdlings Flat.
is it possible? Birdlings Flat, rather. Yeah. Is it possible for people to take their bins to another
to where the truck finishes? How would the locals feel if they took their red bin to that point and then it got picked up by the truck?
That was the question that Aaron was asking.
Yeah.
I think it would be the emissions produced by 12 cars would be more than the truck doing it, for starters. I guess secondly, sorry?
I would have thought that most people would go past each day, but obviously not everyone does. But
no, not out there. No, most of these driveways are quite long, So, yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Look,
thank you.
Thank you very much,
I'll leave it there. Thanks. I appreciate your time. I know
Really
it's just
appreciate
probably a
your
small
time.
thing in the scheme of your work, so I appreciate it.
Sometimes it's these small things that get overlooked, and so it's worthwhile you bringing it to our attention. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Next is Brian Gilchrist, also by audio visual link.
Sorry, I'm trying to steal the screen back.
Oh, right.
Kia ora koutou katoa.
Kia ora, welcome.
Kia ora. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you, and thank you so much for considering my submission. I think we're still there. Are we still there?
Yes, we're still there.
Okay. So again, thank you so much. One of the things I'd really like to focus on in conjunction with the initiative of keeping our roads and footpaths, facilities, and assets up to standard is the potential danger of the traffic on Ferry Road, basically encouraging more attention being paid to safety on Ferry Road. Status quo sees that there aren't any pedestrian crossings between Baldwin's Road and Wilson's Road. And that is a really busy area where pedestrians do need or want to cross. I'd really hate for a travesty to happen for attention to be paid to this issue. I understand that there has been a death already. I would really hate for that to happen again. It would really be great if we could consider some pedestrian crossings, some standard pedestrian crossings. Also, parks along Ferry Road that don't encumber the actual footpaths. And those parks actually encumber bike paths as well. So that is also another safety issue. Secondly, I work for an NGO in the mental health sector, and several of our clients actually live in the Phillipstown area. These are folks who aren't capable of approaching the council about their own safety. And they have expressed interest, or they've expressed their concerns to me about the actual safety in Phillipstown of footpaths, of the traffic, and are very concerned. And I really hope that the council can offer some hope for the residents of Phillipstown. Another thing that I would really like to commend the council on is a beautification that has occurred at Edmonds Factory Garden. It is an absolutely beautiful location and a gem, not just for Phillipstown, but for Christchurch at large. However, what I hear from residents is that they just don't feel safe to participate in any activities in Edmonds Factory Garden. And it is unfortunate because it is such a beautiful space. I understand that back many decades ago, Phillipstown used to be the middle-class model in Christchurch, that it was an area that folks really wanted to live and have a house and settle down. And I think there's a great opportunity right now for council to revisit that and revitalize and help us to become something that we could. Like the other suburbs in town are. The improvements that have been done to Woolston have been amazing, have really changed the landscape. Woolston Village is incredible. It's vibrant, it's exciting, it's safer. Having a 30K only speed zone is fantastic, and I think that has done wonders. We don't have that in Phillipstown, and it would be wonderful if we could have something similar. I just see this as a really fantastic opportunity, and I'd hate for it to be overlooked. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Tell me, the Edmonds factory garden, what makes people feel unsafe there?
I've heard that there have been sightings of drug paraphernalia, of people lurking in bushes. I have never seen that. What I have seen in my experience in Edmonds Factory Garden is that there are no people. And there is this incredibly beautiful spot that is serene. It is well manicured, well looked after, but nobody's ever in it.
You can't see it from the road, that's why, when you're in there. You know.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. It truly is unfortunate.
Yeah. And I mean, it's that crime prevention through environmental design is just key to those sorts of sites. Thank you very much for raising that, and thank you for speaking on behalf of a group of people that don't always get to have their voice heard. It's really important. So thank you very much.
I agree. Thank you.
Today, you're not the only one who's raised these issues, so certainly councillors are listening. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next one, my personal favourite, Peter Tuffley from the Beckenham Neighbourhood Association. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have favourites, should I, Peter?
No, you shouldn't.
But I think we missed you last year, didn't we?
But it's very nice of you.
Yeah. Lovely to see
you. Thank you. I've got two presentations. Firstly, on behalf of the BNA and then my own.
Yes.
Starting with the BNA's submission. Firstly, on behalf of the BNA and personally, I'd like to thank you and the Deputy Mayor for your distinguished service to Christchurch in your respective roles and to wish you well for the future. Thanks and good wishes also to Councillor Chen and to other councillors who will be retiring at the end of the current term. Turn to the annual plan. We've been looking at the underlying strategy, and we think the council has done as good a job as could reasonably be expected in projecting a course through unprecedentedly challenging territory that was already fraught with economic and other uncertainties before the 24th February and has become much more so since then, and seems set to continue to do so for an unforeseeable length of time into the future. The emphasis placed on future-proofing, resilience and prudence in the face of such uncertainty is very reassuring. So too is the Council's record of being able to act flexibly and make appropriate adjustments in response to emergencies, as it notably did in 2020. Taking all of that into account, we can feel confident that whatever the worst turns out to be, and it could be very bad, our community's affairs will be in good hands. The theme of getting the balance right takes on added meaning in circumstances such as those that are developing at present. The most important balance that we think needs to be maintained is between over-optimism and despair. Planning on the basis of what one hopes will happen is a trap the Council has done well to avoid. At the same time, we're pleased that the Council has not been panicked by pessimism into proposing deeper or more extensive expenditure cuts than those contained in the draft plan. Achieving a reduction in the proposed rate increase should also be welcomed by ratepayers, many of whom may soon be struggling to make ends meet if they are not already doing so. The Council has given itself financial room to manoeuvre, but even so, it's possible that inflation may worsen beyond all reasonable expectation. In that event, through sheer force of circumstances, some painful decisions may need to be made. Some cherished projects abandoned, or at least deferred. It's better if such decisions are made in a pre-considered, pre-planned and carefully prioritised manner, so that any necessary further expenditure cuts can be made in a way that minimises harm. This is why we think it's very important to initiate contingency planning in case this necessity arises. Panic decisions made on the fly are usually bad decisions, and end up making you look incompetent. In normal circumstances, we would be reiterating our plea for reinstatement of the long-deferred Mid-Heathcote Linear Park Master Plan. We're not doing so because of present circumstances, but we put the Council on notice that we will return to this subject at the earliest opportunity, and that we will look to the Council expecting a positive response. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now, do we have any questions for Peter on behalf of the Beckenham Neighbourhood Association? Thank you. Well, perhaps we'll move on to your personal submission, Peter.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. I'm very pleased to see how realistically the Council has approached what could turn out to be very bleak times lying ahead. And I think together with the updated draft plan of 2020, I think the production of this draft plan has to rank among the Council's finest achievements. I have some experience of the kind of challenge and associated pain that may well confront the Council during the life of this draft plan. I was a Labour councillor in mid-1970s Britain at a time when inflation was climbing well into double-digit percentage levels, and a Labour government was exhorting councillors to pull in their belts, as citizens were having to do, and prune expenditure down to all but what were constantly referred to as inescapable commitments that became a mantra of the times. Even almost 50 years after the experience of grappling with those cuts, the scars still hurt. We now face something potentially much worse, the unprecedented prospect of global shortages of a wide range of commodities that are essential to life, and of which Russia and Ukraine are major world sources, and commodity price-driven inflation on top of the nearly 7% inflation we already have in New Zealand. Furthermore, while none of us can be certain how long-lasting or severe this impending inflationary period may be, we can be sure that scarcity and inflation won't end when the war does, and that the impact will be wide-ranging, from agriculture to household budgets to the Council's operating costs. Against this background, I think the current draft does as well as could be expected in addressing an enormous challenge, that of anticipating a worst-case scenario when one doesn't know how bad the worst case could become. The Council's already demonstrated a capacity to respond flexibly and resiliently. It may well need to do so again if inflation raises Council costs above acceptable levels. An important key to achieving resilience and future-proofing lies in contingency planning, and that's something I urge the Council to put in hand as a matter of urgency. Hopefully the need to pare down expenditure to all but inescapable commitments will not arise, but hope is not a sound basis for strategy. Some of the potential savings may be painful to contemplate, but if the worst comes to the worst, some painful things may have to be done. And if there's time during the Q&A, I can give a nuts and bolts of the kind of exercise that may be required based on my experience of being a councillor in the inflationary 1970s. At times of crisis, it's a political cliche for governments to broadcast the message that we're all in this together. The Council may need to resort to such messaging, but it will also need to act in a way that makes more of the message than mere words. Strengthening communicative, consultative, and other links with local communities is always important, but in hard times it becomes all the more so. If and when the Council has to explain any unwelcome measures that circumstances force it to make, it will find a more receptive audience if it is seen as having already taken the public into its confidence. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That's very, very sage advice.
Sorry if I sound like a crusty old Tory at times. I assure you I'm not.
I never studied Latin at school. Can you just translate?
Pardon?
Crusty old Tory.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were doing a Latin quote because
No.
Obviously my
No, not this year.
you come up with one. All right. So, any last questions for Peter? Tim.
Yeah, like Peter, always good to see you, and thank you very much. It's not a question, just a compliment. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and we do appreciate you making the trouble to make the submission, but actually to come in person. And I think there was only one year that you missed out in my term. So and I think you had a special birthday since the last time I saw you. A special birthday.
Pardon?
You had a special birthday since
No,
the
I was
last time.
79, not 80.
Oh. So when do you turn 80?
But thank you all the same.
When do you turn 80?
December.
December.
Mm.
Oh, well.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday for then. Cheers. Right. So the next one is David Hawke from the Hallsville Residents Association.
Sorry, we don't have David, but we do. Yes. Oh, yes. Sorry.
It's all these masked men turning up, so we just don't recognise them.
Well, we're unmasked now.
Yes, thank you. Welcome.
Okay, yep. So, kia ora, ko David Hawke aho, and I'm co-secretary of Hallsville Residents Association, and with me on my left is John Bennett, our chair, and there'll be various other people who are on our committee who will be watching this online. So thanks for the opportunity to present to you today. We never take that opportunity for granted. There are three particular topics that we want to highlight from our 9-page submission. So firstly, we want to talk about your staff response to queries about particular projects in the Hallsville area. Then we want to talk about public transport priority lanes from Hallsville to the central city. And the third point we want to emphasise is intersection safety and safe routes to school. And it's that one that we'll spend most of our time on today. So firstly, staff response to our queries about the annual plan. Last year, during the long-term plan consultation process, we were extremely disappointed at the slow and inadequate response to our genuine and we thought carefully thought out queries. This year, an enormous turnaround. So we were asking for details about cycleways and cycleway connections, and the answers that we got were quick, that was within a couple of days, and they were truly informative. And we felt as though our queries were welcomed and that your staff had the community at the centre of what they were trying to do. So in that regard, a really clear thumbs up. Secondly, though, public transport priority lanes along Hallsville Road and Lincoln Road. So as I'm sure you know, we have 3 agencies on this project. So as well as you, there's Waka Kotahi with a section of State Highway and ECAN who have to implement a bus review when the roading side of this work is done. And I have to say that from the outside, having 3 agencies involved is averagely frightening to us. We've already been to ECAN about their end, the bus review. We've had a visit with our MPs just last Friday about Waka Kotahi's end. So you're the third on the list. And basically our argument, which we've sort of spread over about 9 pages, is that you need to get a move on. We argue in our written submission this will involve bringing forward the completion of the Whiteley to Curletts project. It's taken almost 2 years since final approval of the Whiteley to Morehouse to actually get diggers on the ground, and they've just started in the last week or so. I'm sure you'll tell us about delays and engineering problems and so on, but in the meantime, the houses in Hallsville just keep on coming. Assuming you actually get the project started on schedule, you're proposing that that Whiteley to Curletts project takes another 3 years. And we think that that's an inordinate amount of time given that we've already got the subdivisions consented, the houses are up, they're well on the way, the people are right there. But another 3 years, and that's on top of the work that you've already done. So just to sort of an invidious comparison, I suppose, is that Waka Kotahi built a 25-kilometre motorway in that time. So the next one I want to talk about, the final section, is on intersections and safe routes to school. So you might know, and we've got this in our submission, we're running monthly online surveys on community issues. So, for example, we had one on electoral representation, for which we got 120 responses. We're quite pleased with that. Community facilities, we really prodded that, but over 300 responses. And then a couple of weeks ago, we knew this was coming up, we tossed out an intersection safety survey. Immediately, nearly 500 responses. And I'd have to say that the citizens are not happy. You'll know that we've had 2 fatalities in Hallsville this year. So on Friday, we were with our MPs explaining to them how the community and our community board had brought the issue of the 80km/h speed limit near Aidenfield Drive to Waka Kotahi senior management about 4 years ago. They sat on their hands, and now we have a fatality and 3 totally devastated families. So we want to turn now to Night Stream School. This school in Hallsville is a new school, but heading for 700 students. And it's got an enrolment zone that heads east to Sabies Road. As we explain in our submission, students need to cross a busy roundabout at Richmond Ave, where an 80-year-old on a bike died earlier this year. It's worth emphasising there's no alternative routes for those people to get to the school. And no one is going to let their child walk, bike or scooter that intersection. So our argument is that you need to add a project to your draft annual plan that makes that route safe for the people going to that school. I'm just sort of looking at the time. I think we'll just skim over the responses to that intersection survey. In ranking order, Aidenfield Drive, State Highway 75, 35% of the respondents thought that was the worst one. Sparks and Milnes and Sutherlands, which you've had a few people talk to you already, I think, 21%. Sparks, State Highway 75, another job for Waka Kotahi, 16%, working with our MPs on that one. And then at 12% of our respondents, the worst intersection in Hallsville, the Richmond Ave Wincops one, which I've just talked about. And then the concerns drop away sharply after that. Kia ora, thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the way that you're engaging more broadly out into the community. That's quite an incredible response rate at such a short period of notice.
Yeah.
So well done. Tim.
Yeah, thank you, David. Look, I totally agree with the safety aspect and the travel and the cycles. We're looking at Henderson's Road, Cashmere Road, etc., from Westmoreland, etc., to get to the kids to get to Cashmere safely, etc. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be joining the dots, the major cycleways. With regards to Lincoln Road, the bit between Whiteley Ave and Morehouse Ave, that was really to be concentrated with community, because although you've got a really wide road towards Hallsville and from Whiteley through to Hallsville, that community in there is businesses, etc. So we had to, I believe, and I think it's the right thing, had to move sensitively and professionally in there, just to give them respect. With regards to Whiteley Ave, the intersection there, the last thing I personally wanted was a bottleneck just coming in from Hallsville, as I'm sure you wouldn't, and nothing had been done anywhere else, because then it would be forced to be done and we'd end up with a 2nd or 3rd degree something. Because when you watch, say for instance, disabled trying to get across that section at the time frames, it's pretty hard and pretty appalling really. So I'm just saying, there is a reason for it, but it could have been quicker, but I just think the Lincoln Road shops was important.
Yeah, I think the point there is that the whole process had been through the council consultation, been signed off by you guys, and then 2 years. That was the thing that surprised us, because the consultation that you were talking about, sure, that had to be done very carefully, and we've had lots of conversations about that over the last little while. But yeah, I guess from our perspective, we just get very nervous when there's those delays.
And the rally community was concerned about rat running, as you know. And thank you very much for supporting them too. That's good. Cheers.
Yanni, I've got Yanni online.
Thank you, and thank you for your detailed submission. I was just interested in the fenced dog park, and if you've asked the community board or council staff around the possibility that some of Hallswell Quarry could be fenced off.
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous about that. Hallswell Quarry has already got a huge amount of usage, and that area to fence that off would cut off an important mountain bike route through there, and
sorry, not all of it, just some of it.
Right, yeah. I think that part is, we would say, is heavily subscribed at the moment, and to fence it.
I think the councillor's asking you perhaps a question that's not appropriate to put to the residents.
Oh, okay.
I think a better question, Yanni, would be:
is there another area?
Is there a park within the Hallswell ward that you would be wanting to be discussing with council in terms of the dog park proposal?
Yeah, a cheap shot would be 66 Quaifs Road. But if we go past cheap shots, I don't know what you think about that area down at the between the old go-kart track and the motorway, that area off the end of Cars Road.
What's the question there?
So would that be a suitable area for a fenced dog park?
No, I guess it would. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe that's one that you could do a rapid fire response from your community and just feed it back to us. It might be quite good.
Yeah. So really, it's ideal if we can have these sorts of things within easy distance of people. And the one we've just talked about is, like at the end of Cars Road. It's not fantastic in that regard, but we're actually running out of space for those sorts of things.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's must be the fastest developing, suburb in the country, I reckon. But I've got
Jake
Anne and then Aaron.
Just a quick question, and I mean, intersection safety has been a consistent theme that's come through. Many of the submitters have brought that. So you would be supportive of extra money putting through on the annual plan to address some of the issues that you've brought to us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Okay. Yeah. As I say, it's a bit tweaky, I suppose, but like we've got 2 dead people already, and it's.
The other issue I think is how do we get information out to people in the community about the growth and how it's being managed? Because that's been another issue, is concern about the growth and the fact and lack of confidence, I guess, that this is being addressed by council.
I think probably they wouldn't want talk, they want action, and I think that's what we're seeing at the moment. Development's going on, but the infrastructure is not keeping up.
And it's that soft infrastructure as well. You're not just talking about pipes and roads and things like that. You're talking about public realm, parks.
Right.
You're talking about amenity, and you're also talking about safety on the roads.
All of that.
Aaron?
You started your presentation on the bus lanes. So have you had feedback from your residents association around who's currently using buses, what will be the uptake once the bus lane goes in, and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so we ran a public transport survey, and so one of the things we asked is, first, usage is obviously important. So where are people going? So 65% of the people currently using the bus are heading to the central city. So, that's a key route. So it's not just the central city, it's Christchurch Hospital as well. So that's, I guess, is the first point about that. Second one is we looked at what some of the barriers are. And so barriers, one is cost, and that's been addressed by government action around halving of fares. But the second one is around time taken. So time taken for, the bus to get from Hallswell to wherever it is you're going. And it's a bit hard to say, will you use the bus if the thing comes in and so on. But I think if you look at what the barriers are and what the projects are in terms of addressing those, then that time taken is a key one, and that's what these priority lanes are intended to address. So, yeah, I think that you can.
It's good that you've done the survey. So with the last, I think we're a bit over a month now that we've had the half price fares. Have you seen an increase? Because if cost is number one, what's been the increase? Is it noticeable?
Yeah, well, we don't collect that data, but from what we understand, ECAN have seen a boost.
Great.
And if we look at what's happened in Dunedin, when Otago Regional Council chopped their fares to $2, they saw a big increase in patronage, as places like Christchurch were seeing a steady decrease.
Right. So do you think that $2 system would work well for the Horseville residents?
Yes, and that's what we argued with ECAN, because they've put forward a couple of options. One of them was like the equivalent of a $2 fare. The other one was a graduated system that's based on age and so on. And our argument is you keep it simple and flat fare. So that was our argument to ECAN. They don't always take notice of what we say. But,
well, you've done a survey, which is
but
more
that
than
winds
most
us back
people.
to the very
That's great.
beginning, which is that dealing with 3 agencies is a nightmare. And can I just say one more time that it would be a dream come true if we could have a fully integrated public and active transport system. But one day it will happen. Just in line with what Aaron said, the Assistant Chief Executive has said that she's gathering data from ECAN to support the projects that we've been discussing, and with the data that they're collecting off the back of the change in the bus fares. So thank you very much for your submission this morning. It's been really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Viviana. I can't recognise people with their masks on. Phillipstown Community Centre Charitable Trust, and is Brian joining you as well, or no, on your own? Thank you. Well, we've already heard from Brian, so.
Good morning, Morena. My name is Viviana Zanetti and I represent the Phillipstown Community Centre Charitable Trust. I'll give our submission as received and read, so I will not linger on the details, but today I would like to use the time to take you on a journey that maybe will tickle the aspirational and visionary part of you. So imagine a Phillipstown where commercial and residential blend harmoniously together, maybe with one gradually fading into the other through a third space in the middle, we're able to bring all the elements of the neighborhood together. Imagine a neighborhood where the current grey, smelly, and unpleasant main road are surrounded by trees that absorb the emission from the high volume of traffic traveling from in and out of the city, and where the tree canopy shelter from the heat of the summer and inspire people to bike and walk more. Imagine a Phillipstown with well-utilized pocket parks and green corners, and not being any longer the concrete jungle that it is at the moment. Imagine a suitable neighborhood gateway to the neighboring city center. Imagine a Phillipstown where people live, invest to live in, where families, retired people, young professionals, people from all walks of life, live in the houses that they own. Currently, according to the 2018 census, 65% of the dwellings are rented. So that means that despite Phillipstown having the lower house price, median house price in whole Christchurch, people do not buy to live, they buy to invest and rent out. And imagine then old villas and cottages restored by private buyers right beside new developments which reflect the need for high-density housing solutions. A neighborhood that echoes in its urban composition, diversity, variety, biculturalism, multi-ethnicity, all elements already present in the current demographic of Phillipstown. Imagine residents walking safely to the shops in the area and enjoy what they provide. And imagine businesses thriving, all because a clearly defined, walkable, and efficiently laid out commercial center is being created, accessible and pleasant with streetscape enhancement to encourage locals and visitors to spend more time in that center. Quotes from the Ferry Road Master Plan. Imagine the sense of belonging, the commitment towards the neighborhood. Imagine people connecting, supporting each other, taking care of the neighborhood, participating in the decision-making in their own way, not necessarily through online submissions. People celebrating the history of Phillipstown, which is one of the oldest neighborhoods in Christchurch. Some of those images, in various forms and outcome, are already happening. And the Trust is one of the contributors, of course, with the Phillipstown Community Hub. But the Phillipstown Community Hub is not just a place or a building. The whole Phillipstown is a hub of people who often gravitate around a site, but not necessarily. Phillipstown has fantastic people, great ethnic diversity, wonderful neighborhood connections, but unfortunately, at the same time, Phillipstown is also a highly disengaged community, and its disengagement is understandable, given that Phillipstown has been forgotten for many years. On the other hand, some of those images are not already happening, and they will not casually happen. They need to be planned. They need work, commitment, engagement, and partnership. The Phillipstown community needs consideration, and we strongly believe that it's time to change the approach to Phillipstown and its issues. It's time to start to develop a vision for the area and to work following an intentional and strategic planning. We would like to urge Council to work with us, the community, and other possible stakeholders on a vision for Phillipstown. We believe that there won't be a better time than now, as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity might come up soon. With the Ministry of Education being undecided, but generally inclined to declaring the surplus of the former Phillipstown Primary School and Technology Centre site, that huge piece of land could be a blank canvas where Council, community, and other stakeholders can exercise their visionary, aspirational, and creative skills. This is the time for developing a strong partnership, Council, community, and Trust, and maybe other stakeholders to work together in an urban planning exercise where a future permanent hub is indeed considered. And by the way, we support the allocation of funding for this purpose, thank you. But it's considered in a more holistic way, where for a thriving, vibrant, and blossoming Phillipstown, where commercial and residential blend together, where residents are proud of their neighborhood, where businesses thrive, and where, by the way, there is also an awesome community center and hub. The key points that I would like you to take with you today is that we ask that Phillipstown is considered one of the priorities in the council planning, in its spending for maintenance and improvements, and especially around Ferry Road. We have heard different people talking about the state of Ferry Road. That is including greening the East program. Phillipstown is in the East and needs greening, so to us it's a no-brainer. That is prioritizing the inclusion in the Slow Neighborhoods program, also considering the enormous amount of developments that have been happening but will also happen in the future, as the chairperson of the Waikura board mentioned last Wednesday. We ask for a partnership with Council to develop a vision for the neighborhood. In summary, we ask Council to be visionary and creative and to embark with us in a journey that I'm sure will lead to great opportunities. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Very much, and thank you for what you do for the Phillipstown community. It's greatly appreciated. Any questions? Celeste.
Thank you for your presentation, and I agree that that upper section of Ferry Road is really dangerous. I often pop into the post office there and notice, pedestrians and cyclists and others must have a hard time. I just wondered about what used to be Linwood College, Te Arapai College, I think it's called now. Do you know if they travel up that, have you spoken to the school about the usage of the immediate areas such as Ferry Road as a transport link?
No, we haven't connected with the school recently, even because they have just moved back. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to get some feedback. I mean, obviously you're right, they've only just come back, but it'll be interesting to see how that increases pedestrian and cycle, and other people using those roads. So it does highlight the importance of upgrading that area.
At the moment, I receive feedback, constant feedback from residents, and especially those walking kids to Te Wakaunua school. They feel the Ferry Road is highly unsafe, especially if you walk with young kids and you have maybe little ones with you. The feedback are all highlighting the unsafety of Ferry Road, especially with the pathway being shared between pedestrians and cars. That is absolutely incredible. But we haven't heard from the school. Thank you.
I've got Yanni next and then Aaron.
Yeah, thank you. We heard last night from a residents group that they were against us putting on money for Phillipstown as part of the draft annual plan process, and that we should have done this as part of the long-term plan. I just wanted to check with you, were these issues raised as part of the long-term plan process last year as well to council?
Committing for a permanent hub in Phillipstown. Yeah, we have been asking for that for a long time. But I think that what I really think that it's important is to work together on a vision for Phillipstown where there is also a hub, but having just a hub, yes, it's important, but it's not enough. I think that what I really would like to see is overall vision for the area, especially because maybe that huge site will be available and it could be so exciting to develop that area for the neighborhood.
Right. But my recollection, and I'm just checking with you if it's correct, that the Phillipstown Community Hub made a submission to the long-term plan asking for the safety improvements along Ferry Road and raising concern about the condition of the footpath and the safe crossing.
Sorry, yes, sorry, Yanni, I didn't understand the question, sorry. Yes, we raised that with the long-term plan, and we also raised the situation of Ferry Road with the Transport Subcommittee in October 2021. So it's an issue that we have been raising for some time now.
Right. Thank you. And just the final question from me is, you talk in your written submission about Phillipstown being neglected, that you're really keen to work with the council and for council to take the lead in prioritising maintenance and initiatives to demonstrate that it values the suburb. I know also during the representation review, you did raise concern around where the future service centre and boardroom would be for the new community board that you'll be part of. Do you think there's a need for council to work with the local community around ensuring that there's equity and access to the new community board facilities for the people in Phillipstown, given the concerns that you've raised?
Yeah, definitely. We know that Phillipstown community is a little disengaged. So any kind of idea about for having council closer to the neighborhood, I think it's a good idea, a good way to work.
Thank you. Aaron.
So mine's just quickly, it's actually from a submission this morning from one of our neighbours. Do you know, one of your neighbours, sorry, in the next neighbourhood over, do you know Greg Partridge? You met Greg before?
From Richmond.
By name.
Yeah, which is the next neighbourhood over.
Oh, Richmond.
Really? Well, do you not,
Richmond's over...
down the other end of Stanmore Road, no?
Miles down the other end of Stanmore Road.
As long as you know where Richmond
Okay.
is, I think you can answer.
Yeah, okay, so it's two neighbourhoods over, sorry. He had three neighbourhoods over. He had a great presentation this morning from Utrecht in Holland, and it shows a 40-year gap when your point you raised around the trees and stuff. And I wonder if Greg might be worth inviting along to, you guys can have a discussion about coming to the council around some of the landscaping ideas for Phillipstown, because your points you raised are quite correct. And if I may, I'll just, as you're leaving, I'll show you a photo that he showed us this morning, because you'll find it quite inspirational. It's really good. Am I allowed to go over?
Yeah, of course you can do that. But look, thank you, Viviana. It's great that you came. I'll show Aaron where Richmond is in relation to Phillipstown later on. But it's that what he's going to show you is exactly the vision that you described. And I love the way you walk through the different streets and the difference that could be made. I agree that Phillipstown has become, in elements of it, a concrete jungle, and that's something that has to be addressed with street trees and pocket parks. And I don't see any other way of solving that problem other than working with the local community. So thank you very much for your submission this morning.
Thank you.
Bye. Mark Gerard, I can see you in the audience, and that's because you haven't got a mask on, and that's great because it means I can recognise you. I've had difficulty recognising masked men who've been coming in here.
Understandable.
Thank you. Historic Places Trust.
Mayors and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to make this submission. Historic Places Canterbury wishes to acknowledge the work and professionalism of the council's heritage team and request the councils pass on our appreciation of their work. In addition, we'd like to draw your attention to the Canterbury Stories website, the initiative. Council, we commend the council for funding work on this project. Our initial contacts with the team has been very positive, and we're very sure the project will have strong community support. Of interest is our contacts outside Christchurch have expressed real interest in the initiative. We request this project's funding be continued. We also consider, and sorry for slightly vague, that the council's continual restoration of its earthquake damaged buildings to be a real success. And we'd like the council to pass on our appreciation of those staff. It's now probably in the process of winding down, but it's been going on for some time, but it is an outstanding success from project management right the way costings, etc., containment, and the way it's been rolled out. It's been a major achievement and something we should be very proud of. Specifically, we'd like councillors to adjust the draft annual plan for the following. We'd like to request that the council heritage team be restored to its pre-COVID staffing levels and make adjustment to the funding accordingly. The council deferred from filling a heritage team vacancy due to the financial influence of COVID. We're requesting that vacant position be filled. It has been our experience that the heritage team's expertise is required both internally and externally. We just draw your attention to our public forum presentations recently, where we noted a lack of heritage team input and advice on CC reports. We consider the heritage team's work will increase as the government's intention to intensify our city will place additional strain on preserving our heritage. Due to the government measures, we face a real prospect of significant loss of heritage which would qualify but has not yet been assessed for protection by the heritage team. We consider the district plan is not yet representative of our heritage and extra effort needs to be made to rectify this. We also remind the councillors that some years ago we did a study and we found that only 0.25% of the total building stock is actually scheduled or protected under the district scheme. So literally heritage protection is rare. In addition, on the heritage incentive grants, the tangible fund, we request that it be reinstated back to its previous raised or reinstated back to its previous levels, approximately at minimum about $800,000 to $900,000. By doing so, it brings it to what we consider operational parity. We consider there's an imbalance because the grants for applications for built heritage are more cash intensive than those for intangible heritage. So to bring back parity in the way of an effect, and we really need to raise that grant, and that also empowers the heritage team to be less reactive and more assertive in protecting our heritage. We're arguing that both funds are important and should be supported to be effective. It's not really a case of one or the other. So we request that it be brought up to its pre-COVID levels. In addition, we request that the cemetery repair fund be reinstated. The council, as you're well aware, has a specialist cemetery team, and in the past we've done public presentations commending their work. Since you have a team already in operation, it is really a good idea to supplement their work by producing reinstating the repair fund for that work to be done. In addition, there is a bill before Parliament which will very likely direct the council to take responsibility for cemetery maintenance. Setting aside funds for the repair now is really preparing for the inevitable. As regards the Robert McDougall, the deferment, we have concerns to make sure that the gallery is weathertight so there's no chance of any of the heritage material being damaged by the deferment. And we couldn't find any reference to reports, so we ask if no report exists, could the councils seek one before making the final decision, one of precaution. We support funds set aside for the provincial council buildings. We just ask that a lasting solution on the future of these important buildings be sought. We know it's complex, but I'm sure, as the residents will agree, a lasting solution is required. and it's necessary. General comments. We endorse the draft plan in relation to what is proposed. We're very pleased about the Cunningham House renewal project. We consider the wayfinding project. We've seen the initial installations and we think it's a great program, so we look forward to its running down. We just draw attention that you've got the Sexton's House renewal. We're really pleased this is proposed. We just really need assurance that the building will be made very secure before it starts. We've had instances of the case in the start where the buildings have been broken into and been damaged before the final decision about their future is. So we'd ask to be made secure. Otherwise, we're very happy with the plan. Any questions? I've got one other submission coming up on the vacant land renewal.
I was going to ask you about the this bill before Parliament, and I'm sorry, I should have looked it up before I came down, but what is the legislation and what track is it on?
My understanding before Parliament, there's some legislation on cemeteries, and I think I've forgotten the full land term. It's been entered into the system, and it's somewhere in the parliamentary system. You'll be more aware of what happens on some legislation goes on or goes slow. And I think the council has made submissions on it.
Right.
So I don't know the progress on it.
Okay, I will have a look for it.
I
There
mean-
might be another unfunded mandate coming our way. But I mean, just having spent, sort of the lead up to Anzac Day with the New Zealand Remembrance Army, I and you can't help but look around some of those, and that there aren't family members to fix the graves, headstones rather, and it does need a very strategic approach. But I think it's more of a community a community involvement is going to be required as well. But as you say, we've got an amazing Sexton team and specialist cemetery team as well. So, all right. Any other questions? Have councillors got questions? That was a general commentary. Okay. Look, thank you very much. And you've got the proposal to increase rates on vacant central city land.
Yes, apologies for the type. It's not a Freudian slip, but vacant land removal. We just request that on consideration of the provision be included with discretion for where heritage and character buildings are a part of the area. And the reason for that is that on some vacant sites that are next door to a heritage building or within a block, it's really a case, could we include the variable rate as part of an ongoing management package? So it's one tool within the package. And the reason in some cases, I think it would probably be more appropriate where it's an empty vacant space and where in working with the owner, the land may be landscaped as opposed to a commercial car park placed in the centre of it. So it's really a case of can we manage the whole process together, and that's part of a total package. I'm aware of cases where issues could have been resolved by working with the owner, or in some cases enforcement had moved in and we wouldn't have had the eyesore. I mean, I won't name the building, where there was some graffiti which was getting a bit out of hand, and finally council enforcement moved in, and the process of rectifying that, making the building secure, actually improved the sight of the building until the solution is found for that building. So it's really a case, can we have that discretion moved in? And the council management executive put a whole solution in to manage it, going from working with the owner, incentives, etc., through to that being the stick that encouraged them to do it. So that's where we come from, to manage that process, which I think is important for the CBD.
Yeah, so a collaborative discretionary approach.
The council used to, if you recall, post-Sarah, we had that special unit that was based on the corner on Colombo Street, which I thought was really, really good. It's a shame that it was disestablished and absorbed back into the council, because it was spoken very highly with the people who were dealing with it. Myself had interactions with it, they were very good.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. But thank you for that. Has anyone got any questions? No, that's good. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Right, have we got Chris Abbott online? We do. Spokes Canterbury, Chris Abbott.
My video. I'll start my video and I'll unmute.
Yep, you're there. Welcome.
How's that? Well,
Brilliant.
thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I'm a bit early. You're a bit early, aren't you?
Well, it just means we're running an effective meeting this morning.
Which is really good to see. Now I've just got to find my notes that I've got to speak to. So here we are. I'm there. Right. Am I online or all
Yes,
set at your end?
Everything is perfect, thank you.
Tickety-boo.
Yes, even that, tickety-boo.
Right, tickety-boo at my end now too. So I'm Chris Abbott. I'm Secretary and Submissions Convener for Spokes. Our mission is really to include cycling as an everyday form of transport within Canterbury and particularly within the greater Christchurch area. And we do this because it's the right thing to do for our planet. Witness the climate emergency declared by council, by other councils and by government. It's the right thing to do for ourselves, particularly for me. I find mental health is just much improved with it. But in terms of being physically active, it's just a good thing to do. And Christchurch is uniquely qualified as a great cycling city as it's flat and has low rainfall and an ever-improving cycle network. So with respect to cycling, any group of people can be categorised into 4 groups. I won't spell them out fully, but they're the strong and fearless, so the enthused and confident, the interested but concerned, and this is the group that the major cycle routes are targeted at. It's bringing those that otherwise would not cycle out to cycle and improve their mental and physical health, and also reduce the amount of cars on the road. And of course, there's always the no way, no how, and that's fine. They're entitled to their views, and we leave them to themselves. Now, since the earthquakes, and thanks to the council and also to government, the network of major cycle routes in Christchurch has grown considerably, with passionate debate on many occasions. And it now looks like, and can I share my screen to you?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where do I do that? I suppose I'll go back to the Zoom meeting. And I go share screen. And it won't be. Sorry, just before I do that, I'll get the right thing up on that screen if I may. Hopefully that's it. Can you see the cycle network there now?
No, so we've got connect a device, connect the phone to the computer using a USB cable.
We don't want that.
Device not connected. So maybe if you, yep. Okay, so find the, go back to where you were. Go back one. Yeah.
Back into meeting controls.
No, it's close that. And then go to the cycle map. No, go back the other way. Yep, that's it.
Have you got it now?
No.
It's a device charging.
You need to close that.
Have you got it now?
No. Yes. Well done.
I just had to put it on. I just had to put it on the right screen.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, that's right.
So look, there's the map of our current cycle network, and it's it's expanded a lot compared to what it was 10 years ago. But I just want you to pay particular attention to the holes, and I don't know whether can you see my mouse moving around?
Yeah.
Particular attention. There's a great big hole out east where there's some cycle lanes, but there's no cycle network, and the other big hole is out towards the airport. Now that'll be addressed in part by the wheels to wings, but the coverage is not thorough yet. So I just want to point out that it's not thorough and there's room to improve there. And what we're asking is that, what we're noting is that the constraints and the reality that we're working within is there's an obesity epidemic in New Zealand, and we're much more inactive than we used to be. There's a climate emergency, and of course we're seeking a road to 0 deaths. We heard from David Hawke before mentioned that there have been 2 deaths in Christchurch this year, and that's 2 too many in any year. So what we're asking is that while you consider your annual plan, you make space for continuing to completion the major cycle route network, including making use of the government funding, which of course gives us much better value for money, and to start on the infill links between the major cycle paths. At the moment, they're just the major paths, but there's a whole lot of opportunities, particularly around schools, to have infill paths so that we get people at an early age to accept physical exercise by way of cycling as the norm, which will be better for themselves, our community, and the planet as time goes on. And also, we ask that you continue the recent moves to differentiate between arterial roads and suburban streets, so to slow down the speeds on the suburban streets. And it's worth being reminded that the risk of death more than doubles from 10 to 25% if the impact speed increases from, sorry about the odd numbers here, but it's the website I got it from 26k to 37k. So that's more than double the speed, and doubles again to a 50% probability of death if the impact speed is 50k. So what you're doing in slowing the speeds down in many areas is really good. But keeping vehicles away from both pedestrians and cyclists is still the safest for all involved. And that's why the major cycle route network is so important. So I'd like to see the council, well, we'd like to see the council work towards a city where anyone from aged from 8 to 80, can safely and enjoyably cycle between any 2 points. That's not saying that every road's got to have cycle lanes on it, or that we've got to have a spaghetti of paths everywhere, but it's making sure that there's enough so that people can get around fully and safely. And I'd ask, as part of your work, that you widen the cycle counter network so that as you make changes, you can actually measure the changes. At the moment, there's very few counters. I'll just show you the map of that. That should show up there. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
So it's quite interesting to see that over the last week, there have been 10,000 cycle movements. That, I believe, is at the Antigua Street Bridge. So it's not a small number of people that are cycling. You average that out, it's 1,500 per day. And on a personal note, I just want to say how excited and grateful I am to see the cycle routes out to Sumner getting close to completion, with works planned or underway in Monks Bay, around Tidal View, and in Charlesworth Reserve. So, over to questions.
Great, thank you. Do I have any questions? Celeste.
Thank you. We've had a few people comment on the lack of infrastructure out in the east. I just wonder if you had any further thoughts on that. You mentioned suburban linkages, and if you had any thoughts on quick wins in that regard.
Well, when I look out east, I think, were I living in Brighton, which way would I want to cycle into the city? And there is no obvious answer. The cycle route is will go around the Avon River, but as a commuter cyclist, you don't really want to do a 16-kilometre ride when you can do an 8-kilometre ride.
Pages Road's the obvious one, yeah.
Yeah, alongside Pages Road and separated.
Yeah.
You get a whole lot more people who will use these paths if they're separated from the traffic.
Yeah.
And if you were heading, say, north-south, so, you've got connecting up to the coastal pathway, do you see value in something that would connect through, if by some means, along the coastal areas, so you can head, say, from South Shore to the northern end? So I'm thinking Marine Parade and other areas like that.
Well, along Marine Parade would be a lovely place to cycle. It'd be nicer, but probably not acceptable to go along the top of the dunes, because that's putting infrastructure on precious land. But being just on the road side of the dunes would be lovely, because you'd be away from the car traffic.
Yeah, I think that the on top of the dunes is just a flat no from me.
Yeah, I think it is from me too.
I was taking an autocratic view of that. There was a question I was going. The Pages Road though, that will require the replacement of the bridge. I mean, that seems to me to be the bridge is the bridge to the projects getting done. It seems to be the thing that's holding us up.
Yes, if you look at the Ferry Bridge, that's been done really well. there are cycle lanes on either side, but you can actually hop off the cycle lanes and you're on a cycle path completely off the road.
I think one of the proposals around the bridge is to have it 2 lanes of vehicle traffic either way, so that literally in an evacuation you could have 4 lanes coming out of New Brighton, which I think would be incredibly helpful. Yeah. All right. Well,
The question.
Yep. Sorry, carry on.
The question you ask yourself is, as a parent, would I allow and insert the right age here, whether it's 8, 9, 10, 11 or 12, would I allow my child to cycle unaccompanied along this route?
Yeah.
And that's where we've got to get to, where the answer is yes.
Yeah. Okay. Look, thank you very much, Chris. Your submission's been very well received, and we appreciate all the time and effort that you've gone into presenting today. Thank you.
Well, thank you also, Lynn, and all the best for your future, because I know this is your last term.
No, it is indeed. Oh, can you stop your screen sharing now that you took so long to work out how to do it? Can you undo it so that we can?
I'll go back into Zoom and.
That's lovely.
Well, I'm not in there yet.
I'm sure.
Done.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
And I'll mute myself too.
Okay. See ya.
Thank you. Bye.
The next is the Christchurch East Labour Electric Committee, David Close and Tim Baker, and presenting on both the draft annual plan and the proposal for a new policy on Māori freehold land. And you can speak to both at the same time, and then we'll save time for questions if that's okay.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just want to emphasise that our Labour Electorate Committee regards local government as hugely important in people's lives. So we devote time at every meeting to local government issues. Local government comes in for a fair bit of stick these days in the media, but I've just been at the airport. As I drove into Christchurch along beautifully paved streets, tree-lined avenues, well-coordinated traffic light system, past historic buildings, I thought, this is a city where it's a privilege to pay rates to live in the place. So what I want to emphasise at the start is, by and large, we think the City Council does a great job and that rates are great value for money. However, there's always a but, as Gary Moore used to say. Gary used to say, take no notice until the but comes. but there are things where we think, obviously, the council could do better. Want to touch on, first of all, on the way in which financial material is presented. It takes quite a lot of doing to find how much the council is spending servicing loans. There are a whole lot of performance measures, around about page 120 or something like that, but a lot of them are irrelevant. The key issue is how much does interest and repayment cost against rates? Because that's where the money's got to come from. You can't repay loans from loans or from dog control fees. It's got to come from rates, and you pass a resolution to that effect. So I think it's really important for the council in future to make sure there's a performance measure there, how much money of your rates is going towards loan servicing, interest and repayment. And it's about 20 cents in the dollar. I can't be totally sure of my figures because there may be some repayments there that relate to loans to, what do you call them, council-controlled organisations. It's a figure which councillors should always have in mind. How much money is being spent loan servicing, because you've got to watch the trend into the future, and also the fact that every $6 million represents 1% of the rates. So these are figures that everybody should have constantly in mind, and I think the public need to be aware of them too. It's related to the funding of depreciation, and last year we congratulated the council for putting a target to fund 80% of renewals or 80% of depreciation from rates by 2031.
This year, you're funding only 56% of that. And my doubt is whether you're on target to achieve 80% by 2031. Because by 2031, you're not going to have to fund 292 of depreciation, but according to your long-term plan, fund 400 million. And I would emphasise that the best way of knowing how much you should spend from loan and how much from rates is by funding your depreciation. That tells you how fast the things are wearing out. Coming on to housing, the stats on housing are pretty frightening. Your long-term plan shows that by 2031, you'll have one more unit than you had in 2010. And that's not a great achievement, because a report by the council, I think it was probably Bruce Rendell, but I can't just be sure, calculated the number of 1 and 2 bedroom units, new units that City needed every year. And it came out at about 180. And the proposal was that the council should try and provide 50 of them every year. Now, 50 a year for 20 years is 1,000 units. And so if you stick to your annual plan, your long-term plan, you'll be 999 short by the year 2031. And I think that housing is the issue on which the council has really dropped the ball. The government dropped the ball on housing for about 30 years. But in recent years, I think the council has dropped the ball. Back 20, 30 years ago, there was a strong consensus on the council with the government about how to deal with housing. Phil Major's grandfather, Ron Major, built our first house. There was a partnership between the builders, the council, and the government for the building of houses, both for letting and for home ownership. And I long for the days when there's that same consensus of the city councils working with government and working with the private sector to achieve those goals. They're not impossible. And in our submission, we suggest that there's sure to be $5 million left over after you've redone your capital program, as you will over the next few weeks. Staff will say, hey, we're not going to be able to start that. You'll have some capital there. We're suggesting you should use at least $5 million of that capital as an interest-free loan to Ōtautahi Trust to speed up the housing program. Finally, on this section, we'd like to see more evidence of action in a number of fields, especially on climate change. The council passed a resolution a couple of years ago, was it? I don't know, that it was a climate emergency. You declared a climate emergency. You've got to look very, very hard in this annual plan to find anything relating to a climate emergency. I would have thought that each year during a climate emergency, you'd be reporting in your annual plan on what you're doing, you've done the previous year, and what you're doing this coming year. Because it doesn't seem to the public as if the council is acting in that way. So if the fine words of the housing policy be matched by real actions, and the fine words of the council climate emergency resolution could be acted by real actions, that would be good. I'll just ask Tim now to comment on some of the local issues.
Geez, after that, it's going to be difficult. I'll just go briefly on two subjects. One of them you would have heard lots of lately. ccc.govt.nz/wastewater fire, brilliant website. But I just say what everybody else has been saying. We should have those containers ready to go 2 months ago to empty the place out and take the Cape Valley. So please speed that up as fast as you can. The second one would be the local sewer, Aranui, Wainuni, the Aranui, the Shirley and the Preston subdivisions. Please find out as much as you can about that. We're at capacity because the new sewer system is not designed for future growth. There was nothing in the annual plan to say how that could be improved, how we could improve on that system. It's just going to be left as it is. We can't do that for 80 years. So please look into that, and it'll be an issue for the next 6 months or so that you'll be involved with and I'll be involved with. So I'll leave it at those two. And and we'll talk about
Maori land rating.
Māori rates rating. Do you want to start and I'll finish?
Tim and I have been through the section on Maori land rating and all the measures which are there for the council to assist with Maori with paying the rates on land or providing remissions. The claim is made that probably the council's already got enough measures in place, and from what we can see, that seems to be right. You've got a number of policies there which should cover everything. But of course, it's not just a matter of having the policies, it's how those policies are interpreted and whether the council is out there up front and doing something about it. We did notice that the estimated value of the Maori land is only 38 million, and I calculated that's about 70 ordinary houses in Christchurch, so it's a very small rating base, maybe only about, revenue of 150,000 a year, a very small rating base. But it may be that there are nevertheless people who are, or groups that are significantly disadvantaged. And in view of the fact that I think only about 3% of Banks Peninsula land is left in Maori ownership, it's one of the obvious places in New Zealand where there's been a vast loss of Maori land. I was quite amazed when I saw a map a number of years ago showing the tiny little areas that are left on Banks Peninsula. And really that was the home of most Maori in Canterbury before Europeans came here. So we would think be as generous as you can, and it may be that when you're putting in water and sewer, you've got to consider some sort of assistance to people to connect with the water and sewer. The Drainage Board had such a scheme many years ago in the 1920s when my parents lived in Jeffreys Road in Breakwater. They gave my father a loan of £7.10 to pay for the cost of the installation of the sewer, which he paid back through his rates over the following couple of years.
I've got nothing to add. We'll just ask for questions, I think.
Well, that particular provision's a requirement. It's a legal requirement for us to write this into our plan. The government passed the legislation just a short while ago, and that's why we're implementing it. But your idea about the mechanism, do you have a view on kakararata? And because we've set aside some budget in the plan to enable the drinking water provision over there.
I did see some drinking water schemes on the Banks Peninsula.
Yeah.
And I know that there have been a number of schemes over there. That's an excellent idea. And I think, just in passing, I would say that this City Council's record on Banks Peninsula gives a lie to the incompetence of councils in dealing with the water issues and the sewerage issues.
Yeah. I think that Banks Peninsula would have struggled with all of these issues if it had remained independent of the large city rating base. That's the blunt truth of the situation.
Exactly. And the infrastructure on the peninsula was badly in need of attention, and the Banks Peninsula Council began to borrow and realised they couldn't manage it, which is why I was asked to come to the city. And,
Sarah.
Kia ora kōrua. Thanks so much for that. I'm just wondering, you started off really strongly on the issue around transparency of the interest that we're paying on the substantial loans.
Interest and repayment.
Interest and repayments on the substantial capital projects we've got. And it sounded a bit like, please don't do any more, but you've got some wanting us to invest in housing and into climate change. And I'm just wondering whether it was about transparency or whether it was about just making sure that when we do, we just, because you're wanting more investment on climate change issues.
I think transparency helps better decision making.
Okay.
And obviously the council has got to continue to borrow. But if you are funding your depreciation, then your borrowing requirement will go down.
Yep.
It means, for example, if you are funding your renewals from the rates, then you can borrow pretty freely for new capital projects. But if you are borrowing to fund renewals, which are going to have to be renewed again and again and again, then of course you're in difficulty. I don't know whether you're still borrowing money to to buy computers where they're depreciated over about 5 years. That seems to be nonsensical to borrow money for a short period. They should be expensed, and it would provide a bit of discipline in the department that manages computers if they knew that it had to be expensed in any particular year.
Oh, that's great, thanks.
All right. Any more questions? No? Well, thank you very much for your presentation, detailed, and your long-term experience as a former city councillor and I think chair of finance at some point.
At a number of points, yes.
Yes, right. It's obviously a valuable experience that you bring to this submission, so thank you very much, and thank you, Tim. Good to see you as well.
And we look forward to seeing a lot more new houses.
BB Fraley. Kia ora, welcome.
We're kind of double dipping today.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thanks for having us back. You've seen us both previously. We thought we'd come and talk to you again. I'll take our submission as read and emphasise, I just want to emphasise a couple of key ideas that we're making. So Greg and I would probably describe ourselves as being on opposite ends of the political spectrum, but
we've crossed the table.
What brings us together is our concerns about the tree canopy. So Greg lives in Richmond, I live in Dallington, and what we have seen over time is like the march of progress through our suburbs, Richmond particularly, with Dallington looking on concerned at the developments that are happening in our suburbs where old home is either taken away or demolished, all of the trees are removed from the property, and then townhouses are established. We're not arguing that urban development shouldn't happen, we're arguing about how it should happen. So we are here to talk about trees. We need trees. I don't need to tell you this. We know that we need trees. We need them in our urban environments. They filter pollutants. They provide cooling shade, which is very important. They help to prevent urban heat islands, which is important for climate change. And they also provide social and well-being benefits to those who enjoy them. Green spaces make us feel happy. We know this. We all know this. I see nods. And yet our tree canopy has been declining for years in Christchurch. You already know this. And we also already know that it isn't declining evenly across our suburbs. So in the suburbs that we live in the less affluent suburbs in Christchurch, we have now less than 10% tree cover in some areas. We should be aiming for 30 to 40% tree cover, not less than 10. So that brings us to the ask, as they say in sales lingo. What are we asking for? What we ask is that in this annual plan, in every future annual plan, and in every long-term plan, this council demonstrates a commitment to increase our tree canopy. We would like to see council's proposed activities in relation to trees specifically documented and budgeted so that it's clear to residents that council is taking immediate and sustained action to reverse years of lack of attention to this issue. It's not enough to, in principle, say that you want to do something. If you don't provide the money for it, there's no point in saying it at all. It's a great feel-good to say that we're in a climate change emergency, and it's important to have done that. But we have to back that up with action, and action needs budgets. And we want to see this specifically called out in our budgets. Greg, would you add anything?
We know that we can't ask for a blanket protection of trees across the city, but it is important that they are focused on, and that there is revenue there to actually ensure that they are looked after, and that we don't have council staff coming to the public and saying we can't look after the trees because there's not enough budget to do that, which is why we haven't been able to save the tree in your street for whatever reason. And obviously that's only controllable, I guess, to a degree by the council for the trees that are on council land, although those that are listed as protected do have that covenant over them that they are supported by council funds to actually look after them. But if there's no money there, it's not budgeted for the trees, then the trees are destined to die along with the environment. And we're on a locomotive careering towards a cliff, and we're all going to fall off the cliff if nobody puts the brakes on and does anything about it. So it's imperative that somebody does, and you're the guys that have got the power, and above you is obviously central government. And if you as a council can't join hands with, like Bibi and I have joined hands with other communities, be that other cities, other, your own professional contacts, to actually push government to be bold about the climate emergency, not just to stand on a soapbox banging a drum saying, we're waving the banner about reducing emissions. It's not just about emissions, it's actually about keeping the lungs of the planet on the planet to soak up the greenhouse gases, because if you chop somebody's lungs out, they die. They'll drop dead on the table in front of you. The same with the planet. We need the trees.
Questions?
Yeah, questions.
Maybe I asked you
Sorry.
the same question that I asked Greg earlier on. Would it be helpful if we actually asked people who wanted to have certain trees protected on their own private property to let us know, and we
Yes.
could then develop a program of inspecting those trees?
Yes.
I believe that the government would be willing to look at a fast track process for addressing those, and as I described it to Greg this morning, it's the low hanging fruit
Yes.
of private trees.
Yes. That would be a great first step.
Right, because I think that's something we should investigate. Sarah.
Thanks so much. Listen, we get inquiries from residents who have some nuisance factors with street trees.
Mhm.
So, leaves and gutters and those kind of things. And we have a tree policy around that.
Mhm.
What do you think the benefits are of keeping street trees for communities, even when there's some individual nuisance? Because that's something that we have to weigh up all the time as a council.
Yeah, and we've just done it on our board where we've had a long discussion about a eucalyptus tree in one of our suburbs that is creating a nuisance. I mean, my view, I guess I'm a bit of a absolutist. I think every tree needs to stay, and I think if people are annoyed about trees, they've got the wrong idea about them.
Yeah.
And the mess that they make. But I do understand that trees create damage to drainage and to footpaths also, and we need to address that.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, we need to plant the right trees in the right place. Don't plant
Yeah, so
stupid
we have
trees in
some
stupid places.
existing
But
now
the
that
existing ones, trim them where possible, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't
if
want to see
we-
any tree cut down because it's in the wrong place.
Yeah, because if it's one tree for one bit of nuisance for someone, then it's all trees, because every tree causes some nuisance.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's also, I think, about educating the public about the benefits of actually keeping those trees, rather than just going, yep, it's annoying you, so we'll just get out the
Actually,
the chainsaw and whack it down.
Some more communications from council about the benefits that they give us for a city. Yeah, that'd be good.
Doing a public campaign to educate the public. I mean, a lot of us, and I was guilty of being ignorant to what happens in council until what happened in my street happened.
Yeah.
And I've now become obviously very involved and very it's on my radar all the time, and I wish it wasn't. It'd be a lot easier for life. But yeah, if you could get the message out to the public through public campaigns. Yes, trees are annoying at times, but so is your husband, so is your wife, so are your kids. You don't kill them as much
That's
as you
right.
might want to, so
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
kill the trees.
That's great, thank you.
Groom them instead.
Not your kids.
I don't have children, so I can't speak to that, but yeah, I can imagine what it must be like.
Look, thank you both very much.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
It's great to see.
And thanks for letting
two
us double
people
dip.
Hands and,
You'll see us back again, don't you worry.
Lots and lots.
Oh, it's good to see. Good to see.
Thank you.
Have we got the DPA?
Not yet.
No.
They were supposed to join on Zoom in a minute, but they haven't yet, and we can't get hold of Timothy.
Okay, so what's the time? 12:29. I'm just reluctant to take a break because if I do and they turn up, then
Do you want it? 10 minutes.
Paul, do you want to see if you can get them online?
So Timothy's in person.
No, the other one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just see if they can come on earlier.
Oh, here they are.
They're here. See, I knew that would happen.
Yeah, you just had to say.
Okay, we've got the DPA, Chris Ford and Ingrid Robertson, joining us by video, visual audio link. Kia ora, hello. Is that Chris online?
Kia Bear. Nice to see you.
You too. Is Ingrid coming as well?
Yes, she will be. I just have to open up my document. It's been a rather busy morning for me. So just bear with me one moment.
Is Ingrid, is she coming in separately?
Well, I have told her that it's basically that the submission has had to be brought forward.
Right.
In terms of the hearing time. So yes.
So are you able to text her and just tell her that we're ready? Or?
Yes, I have told her.
Right.
Yep, I've texted her. But look, I think we'll just once I've found a document on, we'll make a start. Yeah. So basically, basically, we'll do that. So, excuse me, I'm just trying to find where the document actually is. My apologies, Mayor. Okay. Right. We have the final plan up. That's it's just coming up now. And anyway, I'd just like to kia ora tātou, Councillor, Mayor Dalzell. First of all, DPA welcomes this opportunity to submit on the Christchurch City Council's annual plan 2022-23. From our perspective, Council has moved to implement several positive initiatives during the past year. We note this in respect of the Otakaro, Avon River Corridor OARC plan, and we note from the plan that Council is intending to work very closely with the community and Ngāi Tahu and Ngāi Tuahurili as mana whenua. We're also pleased as an organisation which works to the principles of the treaty that the Council is working to build its own partnership with iwi and mana whenua. And in a sense, we want to see the voices, perspectives and hopes of disabled disabled Māori that is raised within Council policy and decision-making processes as well. One significant move that we wish to commend Council for is its decision to stop charging for library overdue items. We note that this has happened in other locations as well. It's been proposed in Wellington and also has occurred in Dunedin. So this will bring Christchurch into line with other local authorities in Aotearoa. We also wish to acknowledge that there are no significant changes in this year's annual plan. However, we do wish to emphasise some key issues that we either seek to reiterate or seek clarification upon. The first is around the proposal to defer or delay some previously planned capital spending. DPA believes that any deferred or delayed spending should not be at the expense of meeting accessibility requirements. Indeed, DPA believes in the principles of universal design when it comes to capital development such as buildings, footpaths and other infrastructure. Indeed, DPA recommends the use of universal design principles. And the second point is also based around infrastructure and more specifically the Council's plan to maintain the upkeep of roads, facilities and footpaths up to standard. We believe that this commitment we do welcome this commitment given the economic pressures that the Council and the country is facing. And in respect of these 2 points, we'd like to ask as to whether the Council has any intention of applying for better off funding from central government to fund projects such as swimming pools, gardens and libraries. In respect of another key infrastructure project highlighted in the plan, the Edgware Pool project, DPA would like to work alongside council and also have other local disabled persons organisations at the table, being involved in the co-design discussions with council and the St Albans Pavilion and Pool Incorporated Society about this. We'll be lobbying for the pool complex to be constructed to universal design standards as well. And the third is around proposed rate increases. We note that rate increases will primarily impact upon people on low or fixed incomes who are either homeowners or private sector renters. We also wish to reiterate that disabled people have higher disability-related costs when it comes to daily living. For that reason, what we'd like to see is that council should lobby government to increase the level of rates rebates for low-income ratepayers from its current maximum of $665 per year as a means of providing additional support. And the fourth is around the proposals to change the swimming pool and leisure centre entry fees. We've got more of a question on this, is that while we're pleased to hear that work on both the Hombre and Parakiole sites is progressing, and that the proposal to change the charges is completely understandable given the need to standardise them across all 7 council-owned complexes. We're pleased to see that there are also proposed fee reductions. However, we'd like to ask as to whether further discounted concessions will be made available by council to people who use the hapai, community services or Super Gold cards given these proposed reductions. On that basis, we submit our views to the council and would welcome any questions. Mayor.
Oh, kia ora, and thank you, Chris. That's excellent. I'll just comment on the so-called better off funding from central government. I'm aware that they have they've identified that some of these funds can be allocated to community-style projects, but unfortunately they haven't really been. I mean, it hasn't been so explicit that half of the money goes on to the water services entity's debt.
Okay.
So, and that says to me that it really ought to be allocated to things that are related to Three Waters, and in my view,
I see,
stormwater, which should help with cleaning up our rivers. But councillors and have not had an opportunity to consider this. We've got a report coming to council on Thursday, which will simply identify that that it's come in and that the applications don't close until September. So it's not affecting this annual plan. So I'll note your report, but I mean your submission. But I do think there's a little bit of water to go under the bridge when it comes to how we approach this particular fund. But I just wondered whether Aaron had any particular questions about some of the, particularly like the Auckland Design Manual and things like that, because I don't know whether your groups looked at that.
Well, my question was a different one. It was on the rates part that you raised. And this council is well aware that people with disability do have lower incomes than everyone else on average. That's very clear. So the rates rebate makes sense, but the way you said it was for everyone who qualifies for the rates rebate, that would be increased by the government. But are you meaning more specifically for people who identify with disabilities?
I think it's for everybody who qualifies. I think that should be on a fair basis. But I think in particular that any increase will actually impact positively on disabled people who, well, the minority of disabled people who are homeowners, given that we have a very low rate of home ownership anyway as a population group. But at the same time, also, I guess that any rates increase will also flow through in private sector rentals too. And many disabled people live in rental housing. So I guess that rates are an important component of local government finance. They're very important in terms of maintaining the services that we need as disabled people, amongst others. in our communities. However, I guess the challenge for council is getting that balance right, making sure that the rates are sustainable, rate income is sustainable for it, but also for those who are paying, and particularly to be mindful of groups of people such as older people and disabled people within that population mix who may find paying rates a bit harder, but those sorts of central government supports are very important. And yes, the rate of rate support grant should be increased.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, that does make sense. I personally would rather see more targeted to people with disability, because that would also, for landlords, mean that they will go out of their way to try and attract disabled tenants, because there's a better subsidy, and look after them and keep them there longer. So,
I
could
guess
be a
that
consequence.
Yes. We don't have a position on that as such, but your idea is something worthy of further exploration. I think, though, there are other factors which also create barriers to disabled people getting housing other than just the cost of that to landlords. It's also other issues as well. But nonetheless, I think that is worthy of further exploration.
Yeah, and in your submissions, obviously there's the new ministry coming as well, and they are finding their feet. It'd be good if they had, and our council's already asked for them to have a war chest to put towards funding for changing of public buildings, but it would be good if landlords had a fund they could access to upgrade buildings for disabled clients, where to make it easier as well.
Well, in a couple of submissions, I oversee local government submissions to other councils on behalf of DPA around the country. I'm, by the way, resident in Otapoti, Dunedin. But I do know that in Wellington, for example, there has been proposed an environmental and accessibility performance fund, which encourages private developers to build the housing and public buildings to universal design principles, and also to make buildings and housing environmentally sustainable as well. And there is that fund, and also in the Thames District Council has similar funding to incentivise the building of universal design housing in their rohe. So I think these are practical things that even though we don't talk about it explicitly in this Christchurch submission, I think they're worthy ideas to be explored, that they should be looked into.
All right. Well, look, thank you very much, Chris. That is very much appreciated, and thank you for tuning in a little bit earlier so that we could proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Dalzell, and I apologise for the slight delay in starting earlier.
Not at all. You've actually completed before your due start time, so you don't owe us an apology for anything. Lovely to see you.
That's fine. Lovely
you.
to see you too.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye, Mayor.
Bye.
Couple of minutes.
So we'll just take a quick adjournment, but only a couple of minutes, because Mr. Say will be in the room just in a couple of minutes.
Right, well, I won't hold you up for lunch.
Take your time.
Pardon?
Take your time.
Right, yeah. Well, good afternoon, everyone. You all know me. I'd just like to say a few words around the open letter I sent you on the 15th of April. I've been making submissions to you now on the future of the McDougall Art Gallery for 7 years, believe it or not, but the saga over its future started back in 2002 when it closed, so is now 20 years old, believe it or not, despite it being the only heritage building in the city not damaged in the earthquakes. It is the same as previous years. I'm just asking you to honour my grandfather's 1928 gift of the gallery to the citizens of Christchurch for their art collection, and in respect to the gallery, honour your 2019 heritage strategy as it applies to your heritage buildings, and retain it yourself for the storage and display of the city's historical collection, as every other city in the world has done with their old galleries. Last year I spoke about how over the last 20 years the museum has attempted to carry out 2 redevelopment projects in which the gallery would be included in 2005 and 2020. The first was funded but failed to get consented, and in respect to the present one, it has been consented, of course, but I have been advised in writing by museum management that they are unable to proceed as they have not managed to secure the necessary funding, that they are unable to confirm any dates for commencing construction work, and that their board will make no public announcements until there is sufficient funding to commence construction. The museum announced this latest project in October 2020, at which time Council, in complete secrecy, leased the gallery to the museum for 50 years at no rental for their exclusive use as a museum, without paying the courtesy of telling the citizens of Christchurch, who happen to own it, let alone my family. But the museum was planning this project up to 2 years before October 2020 and trying to raise the necessary funds, so they've actually had over 3 and possibly even 4 years to do this, and have failed, so it is now reasonable to assume that their project will never be able to proceed as planned, especially given the present economic situation in the building and construction industry, which of course is very sad. So finally, it seems we have reached the end of the road. This 20-year saga, which has left this beautiful heritage building unused and deteriorating with no air conditioning since 2012, has finally come to an end. I mean, you've got to say it's a pretty ugly chapter in the city's history. So let's get the McDougall back to life as soon as possible. The October 2020 lease to the museum was subject to them raising the necessary funds for their project by 31st of December 2021, and I understand the present situation. The present situation is that you are able to withdraw from the museum lease and consider a different future for the gallery. Now, your staff have told me consistently that the council has decided it would be too expensive to run 2 art galleries. Of course, it is going to cost something to run it, as it would cost the museum if it was leased to them, and these costs would then be passed on to you in the annual museum operating grant. The actual additional operating costs council would incur running it yourself would be 3 to 4 full-time security staff, plus the electricity costs of the air conditioning, plus a contract for cleaning. I mean, it's not a great amount, really, is it? And I did mention in my letter that the McDougall Art Gallery was actually run with only 2 staff for 50 years, but that wasn't enough, so that's why I'm saying you need 3 to 4. But the most important issue in all this, as far as the council's future costs are concerned, is the current storage situation at the Christchurch Art Gallery. I've been trying to tell you for the last 4 years that the Christchurch Art Gallery was only built to half the size requested by the custodians of the city's art collection at the time, and as a result, they are already short of storage space for the collection. This is space which is both air-conditioned and base isolated, of course. As you know, in last year's long-term plan, they asked you if it was possible to find another council building with some dry goods storage space where they could temporarily place packaging materials they receive when they receive visiting exhibitions. I understand you've not been able to find such space, but what their staff are not telling you is that if they do not obtain additional storage space for the actual collection within 2 years, I mean, I've just picked that, I mean, some people would say it's right on now, but let's say it's 2 years, they will be unable to accept any further works into the collection. I can only assume their staff do not want to emphasise this problem. In the meantime, in case council decided the answer to their storage problem is to make use of the old gallery. This is because they don't want anything to do with running another gallery, nor are they interested in a neoclassical gallery or the city's historical collection, as only 15 to 18% of the gallery wall space is actually devoted to the historical collection. I've just been round it and seen that for myself. This is what I believe your staff do not realise, and it has ended up creating a situation where the future of the McDougall is really being decided by a few members of your staff who happen at the moment to be in charge of looking after the city's art collection. This is a completely unacceptable situation. I understand only one of their curators has really any interest in historical art, so by definition their staff must have a limited appreciation of art. The future of not only the McDougall but also the ability of the city to display the millions of dollars worth of beautiful historical paintings which have over the years been donated by generous citizens should not be decided by these members of your staff. I'm sorry to say that, but this is the truth. This is what this whole thing actually boils down to. My suggestion to you is get their staff and your staff to prepare for you a 20-year plan to show the actual estimated additional air-conditioned storage space they will need for the collection. Then you will understand the problem. And just to finish off, the irony of all this is that the work the museum is eventually able, or will be able, to afford to carry out on their own buildings will be planned by their next director, who is unlikely to be interested in displaying art as such, which is what the present one is, and therefore unlikely to wish to lease the McDougall at all, possibly. On the other hand, what is certain is that the next director of the Christchurch Art Gallery will definitely wish to run the McDougall as an adjunct gallery, as it will be the only additional storage space for the city's collection that will be available and the city can afford.
Thank you very much.
So, I wish you could tell me something.
I'd like to say that it's good to see you again, but you've had to repeat, exactly the representations that you've been making to the council probably since before I arrived. So, thank you for the time and effort that you continue to put in. It is a challenging issue. Aaron?
Might as well get myself in trouble. Is the Robert McDougall allowed to break away?
I'm sorry?
Under the old deed and the gift to the city, can it break away and just become an art gallery again, form a trust, has volunteers, does its own thing?
Well, the McDougall Act, as I said in my open letter, it only gives you the opportunity to lease it to the museum if you want to.
Yes, but the Christchurch City Council owns it under the terms of the gift. Is that right?
Yes, the council owns the gallery.
What Aaron's saying is that could it independently of its owner decide to be run by a third party? But the issue is that we could decide that it is run by a third party.
Well, the problem with a third party, and I think the person you might be referring to has discussed this with me, or someone has, is that to display the historical collection, it would then have to be lent, wouldn't it, to a third party who would have a lease of it. I don't think that can work. I mean, art galleries and museums just don't lend all of their collections permanently to another institution. This is the problem.
Okay.
I think if that's a problem, and that's what I've told this particular person who approached me. I'm advised that just really can't work. But if it could work, fine.
So if it worked, you would be comfortable with the idea of
I'll only be happy when it displays the city's historical collection.
Yeah.
I don't want it full of modern art. There's enough modern art. Just been around the art gallery. It's 80% modern art.
Right. Okay.
Well, let's hope, Madam Mayor, the next time we see Mr. Say is at the reopening of the art gallery and not here again repeating himself.
Well, I won't be chairing any more annual plans, so
You might be at the opening. That might be the one thing you do come to.
it might be. There are a few things I am going to afterwards, but I shall just fade into the background.
But can I ask you, I mean, are you looking at it at the moment
Look,
with a view to bringing this saga to an end?
The arrangements that we have with the museum are such that we don't have the ability to simply walk away from the arrangements we've entered into. That is the advice that we've received, and I think that's been a relatively public position. So a solution is really no closer to the position that we've adopted, just because the expiry of the date has occurred. It doesn't make the legal difference that I assumed and you assumed. That's what we've been told. But we're not taking our eye off the ball. You've come to make your submission to the annual plan, and again, it's in a process where the museum, in terms of the museum, we have to look at the funding that we allocate to the museum, and we've triggered a particular process in that regard as well. But the rebuild of the museum, that longer term project, still doesn't have the funding attached to it, but that doesn't give us the right to overturn the lease that we've entered into. That's my understanding of the current situation. But we will provide you with the advice that that we have, and staff will follow up with you so that you get advice as to what the situation is. We'll keep you informed.
But I mean, you do agree you're going to have to decide something.
Yes.
Well,
yes, we do agree.
all sorts of things.
Yeah. On that we are agreed.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Thank you. That's all I can.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
All right, so that brings us to the conclusion of our annual plan hearings today, and I would now like to adjourn this meeting until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you all very much.